Time for hell. No, I have not.
I'll give it a shot.
I've heard of regalia of men and monarchs, but not pseudo-regalia. Good morning, evil. Olrasil. Why are there so many skulls in here? Don't answer that. Didn't we already long rest a second time? Okay.
Thoughts are back on the twisted Sceleritas and his honeyed words of violence.
You called for me, my lord?
Really didn't.
Oh, my nauseating lord, such rudeness is unbecoming of your august station. I come here, for I wish to bring you another powerful tithe. But I cannot grant you this prize quite yet. You must do something divinely unspeakable first.
No.
You have been a prodigal young master, but you have not been disinherited yet. You can rule with such ease if you follow your call. You will receive a royal prize for killing this pretty girl. The cleric with the sweetest face of them all. She is too precious to live.
No.
Perhaps you have failed to consider all the piles of bodies that will fill the village. You adore piles of bodies, Master. They have always been your favorite.
No.
Oh, I only live to advise. Oh, Master, consider the tiny mishap with the bard you had the last time we met. Your unconscious clever mind hungers for extreme violence. Who knows who you might kill next if you do not satisfy your urge. Be true to yourself, my lord.
So anyways, we have a quest to do something we'll never do, but let's go ahead and read it. What have we got here? Isabel, cleric of Selune, defender of last light, died summer 1492. Slap it on a headstone. Doesn't it sound right? The butler told you to kill her. The butler knows what's best for you. He knows how to get your old life back. Isn't that what you want? To find out who you were, get back to being that glorious old butcher? No, person, I know exactly who you are, who's telling me this stuff. No. And I have no idea what he is. Oh, God damn it. Fine. I'm never going to start this goddamn dungeon. Come on, game. Let me go start the dungeon. No! Let me start the dungeon. No! I feel like I'm talking to a GM who hasn't prepared the dungeon yet. And so the GM is like desperately trying to come up with stuff to distract me as I'm like, I just want to do the dungeon. The GM's like, no! No, the pizza rolls aren't ready yet. What? The pizza rolls aren't ready yet. Yeah, well, the sooner I do that dungeon, the sooner I can get on with Act 3. So let's go.
This is the one Sceleritas sent you to kill. Every scrap of your marrow yearns to end her.
You did well to help those people escape Ketheric. Every soul saved is a blessing, and you're raining them upon us.
You're welcome.
May we be lucky enough to see many more.
So I saw Ketheric.
Almost laughable that he sees himself fit to judge anyone. Did you learn anything about how we might defeat him?
Actually, yeah. Something called the Nightsong.
That's incredible news. I won't ask for the specifics as to how you uncovered that, but I'm grateful you've done whatever it takes. I can't believe there's an end in sight. Thank you.
Okay, so that was a gigantic waste of my time. Dungeon. We're doing the dungeon. No more sidetracking. Ever. We're done. No, it's just... I've been wanting to progress the game. No, Evo! I've been wanting to progress the game for like 2 days now. And it's like, well, hang on. Let's go back and do the crash. It's like, okay, let's go do the crash. It's like, okay, now we got to go do this other side thing. Okay, we'll go to... Now we got to go rescue the tiefling people. Okay, let's rescue the tiefling people. Okay, now we got to go do this Shar stuff. Okay, let's go do the Shar thing. Okay, now we've got to go rest for a night. It's like, oh my god, I just want to go forwards. Anyway, sorry. Moving on.
Me, Cyril, Minthara, whoever you are, leave. I shall carry out General Form's will alone. Not wanted, not needed. Leave.
But that will fit in my pack.
Yeah, I'm not... It's one of those weird things, because I am legitimately frustrated. But at the same time, it's not like the content is bad, if that makes any sense. It's just frustrating. How could she be gone? Where'd she go? The Moon Maiden cannot be so unfeeling and so cruel. Not towards her most devoted saint. Servant, not after Melodia. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I won't survive on it, that much I know. Forgetting is the only possibility. The embrace of oblivion. The reprieve of nothingness. It would not be possible for a man to survive knowing what he knows, knowing what he can be lost. Shar understands that. Hers is the only mercy I can cover, and mine is full of holes, yet not enough. The emptiness, the time, the nothingness, and still I remember it all. There's no mercy in this beating heart. There's no mercy in life at all. That sounds familiar. Oh, okay, let's read the second one.
Bones everywhere. Someone's been engaging in dark ritual.
Forgetting evades me in this infinite darkness. Balthazar is my own source of the barest comfort. The thought that perhaps she might be brought back to me. If oblivion can fail, what defense do we have against death? None, except its mastery. Balthazar's words have never felt more promising. It's weird hearing a character being talked about. His name is Balthazar, by the way. That's just throwing me a bit. There, you go there. I will be very honest. So far, the only part of this game I would consider actual padding is the Underdark. There were a couple of decent things down there, but for the most part, the Underdark was imminently skippable. The Crash, by contrast, was kind of awesome. So, no complaints on that front.
Looks like there's a temple under this place. And something deadly sealed inside it.
That's the symbol of Merkel.
Well, I was already suspecting Merkel, but I suppose I'm just going to go ahead and say, yep, Ketherick is a follower of Merkel, which is interesting. Or was, excuse me, a follower of Merkel. Melody would understand if she knew my aim. She would too, I believe, if she would have turned to Merkel under such conditions as these. Our darling will live again. What kind of man would it be if I didn't raise the entire world for her sake? Not going to answer that question. Oh yeah, speaking of which, you want to see some amusing little statistics I saw when I was firing up the game? So it was like, here's the achievements you've gotten recently. None of these are spoilers because we've just done them. So, as usual, Steam likes to tell me what % of people have completed the achievements I have, right? I'll start with some fun ones. Rescue all the prisoners from Moonrise Towers in one playthrough. What % do you think managed that? No fair just going and Googling it. 0.2. It's actually 5%, which, yeah, I know is going to sound strange, is actually quite high for something like that. By contrast, allying with Voss against the Githyanki God Queen is 9%. Taking the Lethander Mace is 10%. Leaving Act 1... Hang on. This is significant. So, something I talked about recently is that there was a game we were playing that had an extraordinarily high completion rate for %. And, for getting out of the tutorial, essentially, for getting out of Act 1. And that's because, on average, most games, the percentage of people getting through it is really, really low, like 10% or something like that. The number of players that have gotten to Act 2 is 22.6%, which, believe it or not, is really high. That is an extraordinarily high percentage of players who have kept through it all the way into Act 2. Why would getting out of Act 1 be an achievement? Well, actually, I've talked about this before, but to repeat myself, a lot of players will put in these kind of... a lot of developers will put in these kind of achievements specifically as a way to get information, to gain info on what their players are doing and how they're doing it. Steam achievements are a very, very, very easy way to track that kind of information. So, if you ever wondered why there's an achievement for getting out of the tutorial or getting to Act 2 or, you know, whatever, that's why. It's so that they can track progress. And there's all sorts of statistics which are really useful and blah, blah, blah. But anyways, yeah, no, for the fact that the game has only been out for, what, 2 weeks at this point, and 22.6% of people have gotten out of Act 1, that's really high. By contrast, this one might amuse you. Take 4 full long rests in a single playthrough is only 50% of players. So at least seems like I'm not the only one who's resistant to full resting. Playing Fetch with Scratch is 18%. Stabilizing Gale's Orb is 18%. Crafting an item in the Adamantine Forge is 17%. I'm going to be tracking this as we go, because I'm actually rather curious how far ahead of the curve I am. I know, right, Lord Harriman? We've got to have some reason for them to go to the Underdark. Why? Because it's a D&D game, and it's the first real D&D game that's come out in over a decade. Okay. We have nothing to do with the Underdark. Just make them go to the Underdark. Fine. Fine. Go to the frickin' Underdark. There's a forge there. And a tower. You happy? Yes, thank you. So making magic items, there's all sorts of rules just in the rule books for making magic items are. You don't really even have to GM Fiat all of that stuff. Yeah, you know what? Can we have a module to destroy the Underdark? The setting would probably be better for it.
An open tomb.
What is this place?
Empty.
Sure of it. Lady Shar's presence is near.
Nothing. It must have been disarmed.
Okay. Yeah, Artificer's whole shtick is making crafted items. Exactly, Colgrim. That's why we have to kill them all! Sorry. I know a lot of players who really like the Artificer class. I've never played as one, but I've GM'd for one several times. Oh, and yes, sorry. Kira White Noise answered for me, but that's exactly why mod use almost always disables achievements. So to say that out loud for anybody not reading chat... Jesus, why is there so much blood here? Mods can completely wreck and shrek how progress works, and essentially skew the data to the point where it's not useful. So, while there are plenty of players who will be playing with mods who are, you know, valid progressors, for lack of a better way to put that, it's just easier and simpler to just etch-a-sketch all mods away from achievements.
Moonrise towers. It makes the urge hiss within. It was part of your disgrace. But how? Moonrise towers. It makes the urge hiss within.
No, Evo. Although it should. The intent is for any mod... Shut up! The intent is for any mod to disable achievements. It doesn't work that way. The way it generally works is most mods will adjust... Why are we still on this blind stuff? Most mods will adjust the hash value. Either of the EXE or of something related to it. And that's what most programs watch for, is if the hash value is the expected one. If it is, then you have achievements, and if it isn't, then you do not. But yeah, as Kira White Noise points out, you can't tell what a mod is doing, and there's really no way to gauge what a mod is doing. So, like I said, it's just the better option across the board to etch-a-sketch away all mods as bad for progression markers. Oh, this looks safe. Good morning, Raven King.
Where will it bring us, though?
I look forward to giving this temple positives and or negatives. And we're not going to have a walkthrough because none of the walkthroughs have caught up to me. So we're on our own here. Cool.
A Sharan structure. Going by the design.
I know that Paradox devs do that, Kira White Noise. They deliberately track how popular certain mods are. I can just picture you posing, Evo. Okay, so this music's neat and all, but I've been wanting to do something for a while now. So if you'll forgive my indulgence. Let's do the obvious one first. There's Minecraft music?
Shar's warriors must not be cruel.
Hey, Ross. The rain treating you.
Trap. The Gauntlet of Shar. I can't believe it. I can't believe we found the Dark Lady's sacred crucible.
What do you think of it?
Overwhelming. Worship of Lady Shar is usually discreet by nature. Her holy sites have to be modest, well hidden. But that place... I never knew such grandeur had been built in her honor.
Right.
The reign of night comes in 1,000 fallen robes.
The same reason I can stream any other music without being copyrighted, Zara. Depends on the music. Yes, for those not aware, there's a wonderful randomness to whether or not a specific song or company or composer will end up having copyright issues. Part of that is on YouTube, of course, and they're terrible bots that are terrible at their job. And part of that is on the actual license labels, who are the real source of the problem.
Should get started.
Jump this up with that. No, use the... Yeah, no, I would agree with that, Anosians. Shar is definitely a twat. You heard me, Shadowheart. Yeah. I've kind of hinted at this before, but if Shadowheart doesn't get her act together, I am going to kick her out of the party. Like, come on. Oh, wow, Darker. That's admittedly more than I thought, but probably all of that is the Primus sessions. At least most of it. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, because of the romance, if there was a woman that I loved deeply who worshipped Shar, then what I would do is I'd try to convince her to not worship Shar. I'm all down for tolerance and understanding, but you worship Shar! Fix it! And I would try to fix it because I care about her. And if she doesn't fix it, well, then I'd kill her, obviously. Earlier in this very game, we found some worshippers of Shar. They were describing how to properly dissect a living corpse in a way that it would feel as much pain as possible. That's a Sharan. That's...
My faith will guide me.
Good, apparently, Evo. Which is funny, because if I'm not mistaken, we still have more rep with Lizelle than with Shadowheart. Does he have a approval? He does. Like I said, I'm not committing to anything. I'm just saying, if this game decides to pull a no, really, she really is a follower of Shar thing, then nope.
Here goes nothing.
It's okay. I'm sure Viconia is a model follower of Shar, really. One might even call her the model follower of Shar. See, what Viconia's character is she's sexy. I'm joking. There's slightly more to her than that. But let's be real. That's why Viconia is in Baldur's Gate 2.
Time to press ahead.
Hey, good looking.
Just curious.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. Swift as my feet can carry me.
In darkness, beauty is equal and wealth unseen.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Hey, spoil something for me. Are bags of holding in this game? They were in Neverwinter Nights 1, so you'd think they could figure that out years later. 2 decades later. Saying. How about magic bags? Or whatever they're called, you know, like the half reduction things. I can't think of names of right now. still taking damage. No, not the Chest of the Mundane. It was a thing in Neverwinter Nights 1, but I'm not actually sure if it's a thing in 5th edition. Is it the Chest of the Mundanes are? It is actually literally just called Magic Bag. There are magic bags that reduce the weight of all items within by 20, 40, 60, or 80%. That's what I was thinking of. There is, of course, also the bag of holding, but that's a little different. And varies, believe it or not. A lot of people know that. Okay,
blocking the way.
well, good news. I'm at the very, very first trap of the entire dungeon. I'm already at half health. Doing well.
Welcome, child. Follow my voice and prove your worth.
Best avoid that trap.
Better not be cursed.
Armies of destruction arose from within these halls.
Those who do not listen to the reason of Lady Shar's words must instead feel the keenness of her blade.
Shadowheart.
You sound like a student, reciting words for a test without considering their meaning.
I've considered them plenty. Besides, Lady Shar favors action over words. Try it out sometime.
Right.
Enough time wasted. Battle awaits.
We have made it one room, Evo. We're now in room 2. Mechanicus music fits fine, as expected. Let's see. Sorry, I gotta turn the volume down so I don't kill your ears. As much as I like killing people's ears. Yeah, the cutscene's playing while I'm alt tab, so that's cool.
You do not belong here.
Your mind upends. Somehow, in the decayed soup of this creature's brain, a tadpole lives. Another presence nurtures it, manipulates it like a puppet.
No, you do not belong. This is the Dark Lady's house. She is no use for old, faithless bones.
You plunder! You meddle!
You upset my plans. Leave.
You know, I've heard of making instruments out of bones, but honestly, this is ridiculous.
Bones! They are more than bones.
More than flesh.
More than skin, blood, hair, and piss. They are more. They are mine. Now leave before...
Stupid worm-infested cockhead! You have awoken the shadows! My forces are split. The defenses are thin.
Rally on me. A wall of bone and blade against the darkness. Now!
Okay. Well, now we're in battle. So obviously we need some battle music. What happened there? What? Okay. I don't know why that happened. Whatever, it's not like I needed my best DPS for this fight anyways. I mean, Raven King, you tell me. Answer that question? What do you mean already, Zactif? This is day 7 of streaming this game. How is that on already?
Time to push my luck again.
No, Lord Harriman. I'm just testing things. That is fair, though. I do tend to pull that music out when I need something to listen to. I'm just doing some music tests, just because I feel like it. Here, let me assuage your brain. Okay, so attack, please. Person, preferably. Appreciate you. Oh, I do, Raven King, all the time.
Swift and lethal.
One health. They held him off for a few seconds. That's worthwhile. True, Evo. Reminds me of the Oblivion problem. Also known as the Fallout 3 problem. Fallout 3 does a lot worse job of it than Oblivion.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Hey, MPPY. Varies a bit, Blade Taval, but yes. I'm gonna just violently disagree with you on this point, Evo. Disagree! Alright. I've made my point. That's how the internet works, right? You just disagree with someone and don't give any reasoning for it. You just say, well, I don't agree with you. Well, I liked it.
Let's make this quick.
No choice but to keep going.
But I do legitimately disagree with you, and I want to explain why. First of all, I know you could say the main quest, is the MSQ in Oblivion is not the point, but I disagree with that pretty strongly. Picture Oblivion for just a second. You fire up the game, you're in prison, the Emperor shows up. Holy crap, you're the one I've seen in my dreams. Alright, we gotta go through this thing, do an excellent first dungeon. One of the best intro dungeons I've seen in RPGs ever. That's not a joke. Does a great job of tutorializing the gameplay, the concepts, everything you can do, builds, gameplay, and then it's like, okay, oh my god, the Emperor's dead. The only thing that we could do is we have to go talk to Joffrey. We have to explain what's going on in this situation. Please get to him as soon as you can. There's this great crisis, and the Emperor dies with the words, "Close shut the jaws of Oblivion," which we don't have context for at the time. But it's like, oh my god. And then we leave. And then we can do whatever the hell we want to. The point I'm trying to reach here is that even without knowledge or context, the MSQ kind of hooks you pretty well and pretty early. The problem, then, is that the MSQ only has 2 other pause points. One is right before the Kvatch situation. Well, actually, I guess there's actually 3. But anyways, the point I'm trying to reach at is the Oblivion MSQ does have pause points. That's actually what I'm trying to reach. That's my second point. And that's a well-designed MSQ, in my honest opinion. I know that sounds strange, but a lot of... It's really epic music to talk about this. You have to understand. In my opinion... It's hard to talk over. In my opinion, when designing a story and a game that has an MSQ, you have to come up with a way to balance the MSQ and the side content. Because otherwise you run into ridiculousness. The way it's always been called to me is, Rinoa is hanging from the side of the thing for forever, right? But there's a lot of examples of that. Like in FF7, to use a direct example, Meteor is like, oh my god, it's going to be crashing down in 7 days. Okay, how much time do you have to do the side content? Infinite, because it's side content, and you're just supposed to do that in late game. Okay. Yeah, Renault's stuck in space. Who cares? You get my point. The game, most games just put the main story on pause for you to go do side stuff. And I don't like that. I never have. It's something I put up with because I get why they do it. They want there to be agency and urgency and a significance to the MSQ, but they want to let the player go do the optional stuff. That makes sense. But that's why I speak positively about Oblivion, which, in all honesty, is probably one of the best examples of how to do this. Oblivion has pause points. Notable, natural moments in which there's just a breather in the main story quest, where it's like, okay, this is a moment where it's feasible and reasonable to go and do side stuff. And there's multiple ways to do that, too. You could have a thing where it's like, all right, we reached the end of an arc, or we've succeeded at something, or things are cool for now. Again, in Oblivion's case, there's a couple of moments where Martin just flat out says, I gotta go study this for a minute. Could you go deal with some stuff? You know, things like that. The overwhelming majority of games do not strike this balance particularly well. In most games, you either want to do the side stuff immediately, which is probably why we're programmed to do that as RPG players, right? How many of us go immediately beeline the side stuff when we play these games? Or wait until the end. Get all the way to the end of the MSQ, and then after the MSQ, that's when we go do all the side stuff. It's like, okay, dealt with. Which not every game lets you do. To go back to another somewhat infamous example, Fallout 3, before the final DLC, the game stopped. The game ended when you beat the final boss. And this is still a problem and a trouble with... Why are you... What are you on about, Evo? Losing my train of thought. New Vegas has this exact same problem. In New Vegas, there are a couple of pause points, but otherwise, like, why do you think I'm arguing against you? I've stopped. I'm confused by that statement. I was asked a greater question here, which I am now answering, which has nothing to do with you. I mean, I love you, Evo, but this is not directly like, Evo, you're wrong, and you're dumb, and I hate you. That's not a part of anything here. I'm just trying to explain the MSQ problem. New Vegas. So, in New Vegas, once you beat the game's beat. It's over. You're done. So you've got all the DLCs, which are not insubstantial in New Vegas, and you've got a huge amount of side content. When do you do it? Now, the problem with New Vegas, if I might be so bold, is there is no real urgency or agency to the MSQ of New Vegas, at least not until pretty far into it. You're just trying to figure out who shot you in the head, right? Except, and I'll talk about this when we get to New Vegas, I find that to be a relatively poor MSQ hook. Someone successfully did an ambush on us and shot us in the head, and we must get revenge, is just not engaging to me. It doesn't hook me at all, and there are several times when I've gone through New Vegas and just completely ignored the MSQ for a while because of how much I didn't care. I was just, all right, new life, who dis? Just roaming, doing my thing. Go the wrong direction, there's some death claws, okay, cool. But that's my point that I'm trying to reach here. New Vegas's solution to the MSQ problem is to try and make it so that you just kind of meander for a while in the main story quest up until you meet House. Then it tries to be like, okay, now it starts to have some urgency and agency. So it starts so low tier that it encourages you to do all the side stuff before you do the MSQ, which is exactly what we were talking about earlier. So, I don't really have a definitive answer here, because there really are only 3 options. Well, 4. 4, you do nothing. Screw it. FF7. Option 3, you make it so that your game keeps going after you have finished the game. In other words, Oblivion. You can go ahead and beat the game, then you can go do the side stuff. You can also try to make it so the side stuff naturally flows into the stuff you're doing. Witcher 3 tried and arguably failed hard at that. And then you could also have noticeable pause points in the main narrative at which it's now acceptable and makes sense to go and just parome and do some side stuff, which is, of course, again, Oblivion. The reason I keep pointing out Oblivion on this one is because I think Oblivion has handled the Oblivion issue better than, honestly, any other game I've ever played with this kind of a problem. My opinion. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting way up top of there, but I don't even remember why we brought all this up. What are we disagreeing about, Evo? Where did we disagree? What's the disagreement here? Oh, you said right. The disagreement, which I addressed in one sentence, and I don't know why you still think we're disagreeing, is you said in Oblivion the MSQ was not the point, which I then responded to, and then we were like, cool, and then we all moved on because that was like 700 years ago. Roughly. Just wait. God, you're worthless. Do nothing. Do nothing! Now, where's my music? No, Evo. Oh my god. I can't win with Evo. I can't win with Evo. I give up. You win. I don't know. I give up.
Take it.
Oh, because we're blinded. Yeah, we don't even have a difference of opinion. That's the best part. There's no disagreement. There's no arguing. There's just... That's why I give up. That's why I give up. I cannot. I give up on everything. Where's my knife? I don't have a knife. I'll have to kill myself with something else. I've got some toenail clippers. It might take a while to get through the skin. What else have I got? I'd kill myself with a remote control. Just do this long enough, eventually something will happen. Yep, I've given up on everything, and now I worship Shar! Okay. We just leveled. Cool. Yeah, you'll notice you're probably wondering why I just keep skipping turns on him, on Runner, the Bard. It's because, and this is gonna sound like a strange thing, it's not worth wasting the time on trying to make him useful.
Traps, please.
He's useful in certain circumstances. He's got a couple heals and buffs for when it matters. But otherwise, it's literally a waste of my time to use him. So I don't. I'd rather just take my 2 melees and crush everything. So, it's his turn. Pass. I don't really mean that as an insult. I'm still willingly bringing him as a bard. I could turn him into a fighter at will. But him being a bard is still useful. That's why I keep doing it.
Let's see.
He's just not useful in combat. Unless it's a boss. And we need to run away from a temple that's about to explode. I've been sincerely debating turning him into a paladin or a warlock. But, we're gonna stick with it.
Unworthy to walk among friendly.
Oh, sorry, we're not in a boss fight anymore.
Leave.
Speaking of how much we massively agree, it absolutely did Blade to Vault. The difference is there was no real... I've never run into the problem of having someone who isn't useful in combat in DOS 2. Because there's certainly bad builds, but you kind of have to work at it to have a bad build in DOS 2, you know? You kind of have to really make that happen. And since you can infinitely and freely respec at will, it's just kind of really easy to fix that problem if it's ever an issue.
Talking of you, intruder, invader, unworthy one, these halls are not for you.
Okay. I guess I'll leave then. So now the test that I don't think will work.
We outnumber you. Leave me be.
That's true, Colgrim. I didn't even think about that. You could be a talker and a fighter at the exact same time. Aha! And on that we disagree. We did it! Oh, we did it, Evo. We have successfully disagreed. Oh, okay. I feel so much better. High five. Up top. Up top. Don't leave me hanging, Evo. Up. Castell just blasts. Ah! My hand! You Eldritch blasted my hand. Man, this music already doesn't work here. I'm just gonna cut that off now. That super does not work. Paladin and Warlock are both a really good choice for a main character in a D&D game. Because they have high charisma. And that's the reason. I'm just going to be very blunt about that. They have high charisma. And frankly, a bard is really good in tabletop.
You dogger, come closer.
Yes, you hypothetically could, Colgrim. Trials of what? You know what? I'm just going to keep going forward. Paladin with Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast Smite! Get a haste effect going on.
Hurry inside, or your racket is liable to. Rancid donkey scrotum! The quakes herald the shadows. It's already too late.
I meant in, like, just... Well, okay, I'll take your word on it, Lord. I would not want to play a character with a charisma of 10, but... Shrug. Oh, here, let's get more boss music going. It would be nice to always have a cleric around to give you guidance. Or whoever else gets guidance. Someone pick a number between 1 and 486. I mean, the persuasion check problem is a very real problem in game design. We talked about that when we were doing our very, very first review of KOTOR 1. It's the talkie stat is mandatory in a CRPG problem. Because the talkie stat is mandatory in a CRPG. How many games bypass that? How many games do not have the talkie stat be mandatory? Dragon Age Origins has that problem. KOTOR has that problem. Neverwinter Nights has that problem. This game has that problem. Oh yeah, by the way, and this is song 345. This is very much your song, Evo. I mean, you picked it. If you can guess where it's from, bonus points. You know, okay, so I really, really don't mean this as an insult. Really. If you want to hear something that me and at least 2 other people I know who've been playing through this game have all independently come to the conclusion of... I know, this is from Super Paper Mario, by the way. This is Donkey Kong. The conclusion is, this game has put us in the mood to play other CRPGs. Now, I'm fortunate. I get to do that, because the next game I'm playing is Dragon Age Origins. But it's an interesting response from multiple people.
Another fight. Let's go.
Really? So, the C in CRPG stands for computer, which is obviously one of the most useless word usages in the entire universe.
Got it.
Yeah, right? Like, it's an RPG on the computer. Okay. That's useless. Let's just... I mean, like most genre names, they're not directly linearly... You know, it's not even genre. Most descriptors are not literally descriptive. I didn't come up with the name, Lord Hammer. Don't look at me. A CRPG is... At this point in life, a CRPG is just this style of game. That's all it means. Where its original phrase comes from doesn't really matter at this point. Because nobody cares. I mean, a JRPG isn't from Japan either, while we're on the subject. I can think of several JRPGs that were not made in Japan. And I can think of several non-JRPGs that came out of Japan while we're on the subject. Just another
these days.
Yeah, exactly. Words take on their own meaning regardless of their origins. That's language. That's why I was kind of like, yeah, it means computer, with just kind of this amused tone. Because it's like, well...
No surrender.
Congratulations, Evo. You are now cursed with awesome. Oh, you meant in the game. Right, sorry. Why are you wielding a torch?
Still breathing, despite everything.
Ready for this?
No, I think Karlach's about 50% of it. And then about 45% of it is Lae'zel. Give or take. Put on a staff, you jackass.
Won't give in.
Yeah, Shadowheart is just all the DPS in my group. She's so useful. She did, admittedly. If we've got some AoE situation going on, she's useful. I mean, that's spellcasters in D&D in a nutshell, isn't it? And I mean that with sincerity. They're either extremely useful or totally worthless, and not a lot in between. No, don't!
Nothing will stand in my way. Gross. Let's move.
Alright, before we fight Balthazar there. That's what's about to happen. Hang on, we need leveling music. Let's see, what would be good leveling music? Oh, wrong one, wrong one. There it is. Level! Let's grab Dimension Door.
Don't burn yourself.
don't know what the trials are or where the trials are or anything whatsoever about them, Ava, but don't worry, I'm probably going to do them. As much as I'd love to be done with this dungeon already, I sincerely doubt that is true. It's okay, we might actually beat it today. That are extremely rare things are, but yes. I'm really torn on her, because her strength is already 20, which was the goal. And it doesn't let us put us above 20 because this is 5th edition. And honestly, none of the rest of these are really super great. I mean, there's a few that are situational useful, but for something I'm only going to get like 3 of total. In fact, exactly 3, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, we already have Great Weapon Master on Karlach. Well, she doesn't use heavy weapons, so that's just not even there. So it's just the... when you land a crit or kill, you get another attack, which is neat and all. No, I believe it's every 4 levels, but there's only 12 levels are. So 12, 8, or 4, 8, 12. There's 3. Yeah, actually, I have no idea if it's a heavy weapon or not. The difference is she doesn't have something to offset it like Karlach does. So I'm not going to get that. -5 to hit is not something I want to get right now, without the ability to offset it. I was debating Sentinel earlier, too. I really wish there was the ability to make more than 1 Oppie per turn, because that would make Sentinel mandatory for me. Hey, Malachor. You know, the really sad part is I ultimately don't really want any of these. Feats are so... we get 3 feats. 3. And none of these are worth something I only get 3 of, if I might be so blunt. At least none of them I haven't already gotten. That's the alternative. I could just raise Constitution twice. Get her another HP. That would actually get her 80. That would actually get her a good chunk of HP. I'm just gonna raise Constitution. Screw it. I'm just gonna raise Constitution. Have some HP. There you go. Have fun. She's almost as much as the Barbarian now. There's only one choice for her. I'll take your word on it, Von Falkenstein. I have always been so underwhelmed by feats in 5th edition that I've actually never taken any, not counting this playthrough. It's always, in my opinion, worth it to just take the stat ups rather than take the feats. They're so underwhelming. If I got more of them, I might consider taking more. But 3 is just not enough to play with. Hey, Vigilant. Ugh. Whatever. Yes, this is definitely in-game music and definitely not the music for the Burning Steps in World of Warcraft Vanilla. Don't even have to check to know that one by heart. Alright, let's go talk to... We're gonna kill him. I don't know his name, but we're gonna kill him. So it's a fairly accurate name, if you think about it.
Best be on my way.
Wrong way.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Finally, we can talk face to face. Not just any true soul would have succeeded in following my path through this place. You should be pleased.
God, I want to kill this guy. Just the second I see him, I want him dead. Just immediately. So, Zrel sent me. She thinks you're in danger of failing your master.
General Thorn? Rubbish. Everything is at hand here. Zrel merely envies the General's faith in me. I am in the midst of a grand strategy. But you're here now, and I may be able to put those limbs to work. You know what's at stake here, I take it.
Wow, DC 14 and with advantage, and I failed. That is honestly impressive. I'm going to inspire that, because that's ridiculous.
You remember an ancient scroll rescued from an Amcathran monastery. It spoke of Balthazar, monastic order's leader. Specifically, it recorded his death.
I must say, the legends don't do you justice.
He didn't seem very legendary when I took his name. Naught but a pile of bones. Impressive tomb, though. But enough idle chatter. Keep to the matter at hand. You do know what's at stake here, yes?
Yes, the Nightsong.
Interesting. And private. Give me one reason why I shouldn't have my creations kill you right now, thief.
I mean... Here, I'm just going to open it up. Here, I'll let you guys vote. I do like how it's going by faster. I don't know if they hotfixed something or what, but it's nice not having to wait like 30 seconds for that to pop up. Okay. We won't kill him.
Fine. Your usefulness may outweigh your insolence for now. There are much grander things at stake. The Nightsong is my finest creation. If I never exceed myself, I will still die happy. Not that I ever intend to do something as gauche as truly dying, of course. Now, given your prying nature, I have work for you as a scout. The Nightsong lends the General his strength, his invulnerability. It must be recovered before his enemies attempt to exploit it.
Alright.
I do not need you or your help. But you are here in spite of that, so I may as well make use of you. The Nightsong is close, but the way is barred, and Shar's dead are uncooperative. Clear the path for me by blade, cunning, or whatever it takes. I will remain here until you have succeeded. Or fallen.
I'd trust this gas bag about as far as I can throw him, which isn't far. But perhaps better to play along for now.
Okay.
Do not fail me. If you do, you'll join the ranks of my creations and be forced to try again. And I don't want to see any...
He's only undead level 8. We could take him. We could take him. I mean, yeah, that's the answer, Lord. No. We'll kill him later. Trying it out would be too time-consuming. Let's go ahead and move on. Good morning, Luke. You know, Shar, I think your statues to yourself are big enough.
Here we go.
Hey, Epic.
Don't have anything to put here.
Thank you.
So many must have toiled to make a visage so grand. It's beautiful.
Not the word I'd use. Okay. I'll put that towards Yakuza Kiwami 2, Batman City, Origins, Arkham, etc. Zelda block. Thank you, Epic. Always. Always appreciate that support. Oh, goody. Displacer Beasts. Exactly what I want out of my day. Oh, absolutely vigilant. Oh, there's nothing I love more than fighting someone who just I miss half the time for no reason other than someone flipped a coin. Oh yeah, speaking of which.
Should more than suffice.
So much blood. What the hells has been happening here? There's something out there. I can feel it.
Can't even see them because the camera won't let me, but they're up there. And there's quite a few of them, and they're all ambushing. See, that's cool. No, it's fine. Let's go talk to it. We did, Culkin.
What's this? Fresh entertainment? But you're too fresh for this place, aren't you? There's a whiff of the surface to you.
Holy shit, an orphan. Powerful devils. I wouldn't get on their bad side without a good reason.
You, tiefling. You've got the stench of the hells about you, the stench of home, and a whiff of the surface besides. A servant of Zariel, if I'm not mistaken. I'd know the stench of her infernal machinery anywhere.
What do you know of infernal machinery?
Only what I can smell. And whatever engine burns within you is grinding to an inevitable explosion. Burning and fear. You reek with it. There's something else, almost hidden by your fear stink. Cherries. Musk. And sulfur. Raphael! I can smell him all over you! Where is he?
You know Raphael.
That perfume trickster swindled me. Trapped me!
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from leaving.
Ha! There's my word. I agreed to a contract, one that hasn't yet been fulfilled. Where is he? Spit it out. Now!
Baldur's
We piss off a
Gate?
devil no matter what we do. Pick your poison. We'll handle the fallout like we always do.
I mean... maybe we can help each other.
Bargaining, are you? A Karator warlord once tried the same. I made him watch as I ate his concubines in young, then fashioned a codpiece from his skull. Besides, I told you already, I'm bound to this place. Either I fulfill the contract, die trying, or forfeit my freedom. If I leave this place now, I'll become Raphael's slave.
Okay, so what's the loophole?
Raphael is no foolish story devil. His mind is... different. Sneaky. Listen. Spill all the blood sworn to the night. Silence all prayers. Smother each right. Wander Shar's halls, hungry to slay. Leave no justice here, alive to obey. Leave none to hear it, then be set free. This song is your oath. Swear it to me. Ah!
Well, that explains where all the Dark Justiciars went. This song differs from others you've studied. The final couplet contains a trick, a clause not easily fulfilled.
That's it.
Not surprised this guy stomped all those Dark Justiciars. It's what Orthons do.
Why did Raphael want you to kill Dark Justiciars?
Asking why doesn't get me paid. Hunting and killing does. Raphael mentioned something about an Asima. Meant nothing to me. I did my part. I filled these halls with ghosts. But Raphael's playing some other game. One that involves stiffing me. Anyway, enough prattle. The lyrics are clear. All who hear the song must die. Time to die.
Actually, Raphael's kind of sly. He tricked you. Your followers heard the song and still live.
The Merridons? They barely have a thought to share among themselves. But they do have ears. Kill yourselves. Back to the hells with you. I still hear it! Seems your theory is wrong!
Yeah, that's because the Displacer can still hear you. Getting more difficult here.
Kill Nessa. Stay very still. My beauty. I still hear it!
Isn't it obvious? You have to kill yourself. And then you will be free! We only need to roll an 8 to succeed at this, by the way. Which is why we just failed. That's why I said that. And let's go ahead and get guidance, because we got it for free anyways. There.
If you're wrong about this, I'll claw my way out of a furnace and eat you alive. Contract be damned. Nicely played, Raphael. Bastard.
So anyways, that's why I play a bard.
An acceptable conclusion. But it is a shame I won't know the pleasure of executing a war devil. Well, there is always next time.
Suppose Raphael will be pleased if nothing else.
Yeah, we'll deal with that next time. Biggest trick I've pulled off as a bard?
Something good here.
I could have probably taken him if I set up for it properly. Get off my screen! Oh god, get off my screen. Get up. Get off the screen so I can loot! Oh my god. Him.
Nice march. Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
That is a weirdly bad crossbow. It will possibly inflict burning when hitting a creature while hiding or invisible. Also comes with Scorching Ray, though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and equip that. I think Raphael either has a really low opinion of us, or is just, you know, a perpetual liar machine.
Let's have a look.
Because, you know, he's a devil. A Cambion, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my god, she's actually hit encumbered. I'm sorry, Eva.
Attention.
It's just amusing that it took all that for her to finally become, you know, overboydened. No, we didn't talk anybody to death. What are you talking about? I just snapped my fingers and it was done.
Karlach incoming.
I use my extremely godlike powers that I definitely have. And I definitely haven't looked up how to cheat in this game and found nothing. Because the game keeps getting patched and updated so much that all the cheats that did exist are already invalidated.
What's up for discussion?
Unworthy of dark cloak. Unworthy of dark fur. Unworthy.
There's something strange about the vermin in this place. Can't put my finger on what, though.
Okay. Nope, we're done. We're done. Moving on.
Dream in red.
Okay.
What's inside?
Ignorance breeds madness.
Making me sweat. All right.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Okay, fine.
This is the path of heroes. Your feet sully it. The rat holds its ground. It almost seems defiant.
Roll the 1.
The rat isn't merely territorial, it's proud. This place means a great deal to it.
Why is this place so important to you?
We've always been here. It's ours. We watch over it. You do not belong.
A rat with delusions of grandeur. A bit like the gods themselves.
Yeah?
Leave. Away! My nest. My dark.
You realize it's a pile of bodies? Okay.
Can't slow down.
Oh, that was fun. Yeah, who knows? Who knew going to the creche would do such wonders for her? I bet she's even better in bed now.
Nothing of value comes easy. Overcome my trials, and win my embrace.
Yeah, who would want Shar's embrace?
I shall prove myself worthy, Lady Shar.
You are not worthy. You're wielding a mace of Lathander, for God's sakes.
Countless initiates walked these halls once, seeking to become dark justiciars. I will follow in their path. I will succeed.
Ugh, whatever. Yep, this game show music starts. Da 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 da. More rats. Oh god, we should introduce the concept of television to Forgotten Realms. Imagine the deities having game shows. And each one of them has their own little shtick going on. Tonight!
The bowl contains an ancient rust-colored bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly.
This is one of Lady Shar's trials. Allow me, please.
Sure.
Said to be sure of foot in even the darkest recesses of Lady Shar's palace. Must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me. I must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me.
Hope this ends well.
Would you?
My faith protects me.
Because in fiction, for some reason, they always cut their own hands for some dumb reason.
Uh-huh. Good idea, Karlak.
ready. I must keep going.
Steam. I have this game on Steam. I do have invisible sight, but it doesn't appear to be doing anything unless I'm just not close enough.
No, never mind.
Yeah.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Well, okay.
I'll go this way. A little help, please.
I don't know. I'm not sure I care. But that's... Okay. By the way, the CR on an Orthon, just by itself, is 10. That's fun. What's frustrating to me is I'm obviously mistaken about how the puzzle works, because I did it right 3 total times, and every time it said no and said I did it wrong. So I'm wrong about what the puzzle is, which is very frustrating, because that means I don't know what the puzzle is. So that's cool. Like, I could clearly see the platform right there, and that's where I jumped to, and that led to a death. I could clearly see the platform that's over here, and I jumped to it, and that led to a death as well. And when I simply walked up the platform like that, I fell to my death. So that's obviously not the platform. Which means at this point, I just don't actually know what the game wants from me. What, this thing? Yeah, no, I see this. Apparently there's a hole right at the end. Okay, well that's why I failed there. I'm not sure how I failed there or there. So that doesn't help anything. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it is bugged. Because this game is very buggy. Oh, we have to do the platforms in order. There you go. See? I was right. I was wrong. There was something I didn't know about the whole setup.
We've got to keep moving.
Could you get off, please?
Ignorance breeds madness.
I wonder what the next move is.
I was just going to go to the end, but apparently it's like, nope. Okay, so over here. We don't have to step on the platforms? Well, then I have no idea what's going wrong here.
This way.
Okay. You can't jump onto invisible paths. Why? What possible reason? What? I mean, no, that's exactly what just happened to me in Ocean, so that might be the problem. She just doesn't want me to jump. Okay, or maybe it's just straight up bugged, because some people seem to have fine and some people don't. And you just saw me jump onto a platform 3 times, and it was like, nope. Dimension door can't reach. At least near as I can tell. Like, I'm assuming I want to get over to the other end. That's the idea. But if I do Dimension Door, what it'll do is it'll be like... game. There you go. It'll be like, nope, too far if it's over there. Or if I try to go closer, it says cannot see it. Now, I can go onto the platform, which is really funny. So let's just do that. Right about... Well, I don't feel like doing that again, so do this. I actually don't know if Druid Guy can turn into a Boyd.
What's next? No time to waste.
That's not what I meant. Obviously, I don't feel like doing this. That's not what I meant at all. Are we done here?
Continue to not fail me. Cursed to put my hands on everything.
That feels really inconsistent. And it's kind of frustrating trying to solve a puzzle when it's inconsistent.
With haste.
Because when you... Let me explain that briefly. When you're doing a puzzle, you try something. And if the thing doesn't work, then what you usually do is you write that off, saying, well, that didn't work, so that's not the solution. You put that over there in the trash pile. And you try something else. If something's inconsistent... I know, right? Didn't kill all these Justiciars. Well, their vision's pretty bad, so that's neat.
What's cooking?
Hey look, Tome of the Faith Leap Trial. Your tongue may claim to have complete faith in Lady Shar, but does your heart follow suit? No. Dare you trust your instinct and navigate her sacred darkness with only your faith to protect you? For those who believe, the darkness is a holy path that leads to the Nightsinger's embrace, but for those of weak faith, they become a hungry, pitiless maw, intent on swallowing you whole. Tread only where she bids you to, and you have nothing to fear.
Best be on my way.
No, I'd rather not miss it, Evo, so... Whoop, whoop, whoop. None could match the fervor and dedication with which the dark jackasses serve Lady Shar. They are her most loyal, most ruthless warriors, trained in her methods and imbued with her sacred doctrine. Each initiate must take the life of a Selûnite before they can call themselves a Dark Justiciar. That way, like I said, every member of the ranks has already whetted their blade from Lady Shar's foes. Hi, 040. Well, okay.
Now bandy-legged Brindlehole!
What a charmer.
Light as air. Out of sight. My faith will protect me.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Victory awaits.
Yeah, don't mind the bear. Everything's fine. Everything's under control. Hi.
My word. In position.
I'll deal with the ball after I've killed them all. It's not like I have a caster-heavy party. I mean, it hasn't gone away yet, 040, so who knows. I'm not messing with it in case it's just him. One health, by the way. Good morning, Bregman.
On the move.
Watch this.
Heading out.
Get it? The librarian is shushing everybody.
Open up.
What? This is strange. So anyways.
Let's see what this does.
Loss teaches us truth. In its void, we are our purest expressions of ourselves. There's nothing nobler than to forget and to surrender oneself to the darkness. For that little grief that gets us there, the Dark Leader rewards us with Night's eternal embrace.
Don't mind if I do.
What can silence the Nightsong? Only the Night Singer herself, Shar, Mistress of Night, Lady of Laws, blah, blah, blah. Her names are many, but her purpose is simplicity itself. Light was a mistake, and life an illusion, a discordant song composed of lies, breaking the peace of oblivion. Put your faith in Shar as your champion. Allow her to silence the false song in your heart. Return you to her embrace. Nothingness is all you need. The eternal womb, where you're all safe in the darkness with Mother Shar. Uh-huh.
At the ready.
I don't know. You don't understand the darkness, these wounds, they crawl inside my robes. Final sacrifice of the Moon Daughter. It is said that the sacred spear that was once wielded by the Night Singer herself and now awaits her chosen champion, the Elders, have placed it in a secret place, safe until its intended wielder discovers it with it in hand. The final sacrifice can be made at last, and the foul moon with Selune shall weep bitter tears and forsake her misguided followers. But let no ambition of the night be tempted to seize the spear for themselves unbidden, for they will find it an inert bauble, stripped of holy purpose. Let all of Shar's children be honored to protect the sacred instrument. When the time comes, they will know the aiding the progress of Lady Shar's destined warrior, help usher in the return to the endless ecstasy of oblivion. Are you listening to yourselves? I mean, obviously the answer is a big fat no here. I mean, and I say this partially as an insult and partially not. Oh god, I can't think of the names all of a sudden. The Twilight's Hammer, which is the Doomsday cult in Warcraft, has more logic and thought put into it than Shar followers in the PnP. Love is the cruelest of all the lies used by Lady Shar's foes. It is a disease, one that can ensnare hearts for a lifetime over something as slight as a passing glimpse Love is arsony, a destructive flame, offering fleeting light and comfort to the one who feeds it, while insulting Lady Shar's cold, infinite darkness. Extinguish the fires of love. They will burn you with their heat, choke you with their acrid smoke, and in the end leave you with nothing but cold ash and hungry heart. Edge! Edge! Alright, cool. We're cool. I mean, frankly, the Shadow Council is just an outcropping of the Burning Legion, which makes perfect sense, but that's just me. I like it, Dakota.
The mirrors here seem to not reflect light, but devour it.
Yep, you go through your emo phase as a teenager, and you worship Shar. It does look very Egyptian, Evo, if I had to put a word to it. Obsidian and gold is a good combo. And the lighting adding a violet tinge to everything is nice. So I believe this is the only button that's not booby-trapped.
Seemed to work.
I mean, look at the outfit the Shar statues are wearing. No, really look at it. Really look at it, Twitch. Come on, Twitch, you know you want to do it. Alright, but no, look at it. It's very Egyptian style. Even with the angles and the arches and the... I don't know what that's called. The thingies that are there. There's thingies, damn it. Yeah, and the weird head ornamentation. The Tomb Kings are like, nice. No, they've got this thing they do. Angular. It's angular. They like to... That's funny. They like to... Rather than having, like, a simple circle going around the wrist, like you see those two things right there, rather than just having a simple circle or something blocky, they go for something triangular, angular. I don't know what else to call that. That thing. I don't have words. But it's that thingy right there. It thingies a little bit. Lady Shar knows what you bury deep inside your spirit. She knows what pains you and gnaws away at your very being. She knows that little Susie didn't like you when you tried to ask her out, and she just laughed at you because you fumbled the words and instead asked her to go baseball your outer... movie night or something like that. And then you tripped when you were running away, embarrassed, and then blood started coming out of your nose. And when you're looking in the mirror later on, you noticed there were a couple of zits you hadn't noticed before. Oh, you poor thing. Don't worry. Shar's got you. Let her place her soothing hands of oblivion upon your wounds. Let her know you utterly, so she can release you from the shackles of having to ask her out to the spring dance.
Best avoid that.
Ooh, yep, okay, so. Run! Run! There's black tentacles. There's edgy tentacles. She will make us forget! She'll make us forget that time we asked Susie. I've never actually known someone named Susie in my life. We asked Susie out! Forget! Embrace the emptiness that is the endless darkness within oblivion's embrace.
What can silence the Nightsong?
Exactly, Innocence. I forgot all about Susie. Well, now we're trapped.
close.
There's oblivion. Emptiness is a holy state, one to be pursued and admired, to void oneself of all feelings and in all attachment. It's to approach the purity of Lady Shaw's embrace. We must each struggle in our own way to turn from the temptations of light and life. Remember that all those false comforts will betray you in the end. Only the sacred nothingness will endure. And some dude in the corner's like, well, that's just like your opinion, man. What game? What do you want from me? Okay, so hang on. Where's all our books? What will silence the Nightborn? The Nightborn. What'll silence the Nightborn? Alliance players. Well, I have no idea. So, let's see. Baldur's Gate 3. Trials of Shar. They talked about a spear, but I haven't seen a spear. Apparently I just missed the spear. Oh no, we're not at the spear yet. Not bad, not bad. Aha!
What can silence the Nightsong?
The Night Singer. Obviously. So obvious I could never have possibly thought anything else wise. Obvs. So there's the Spear of the Night.
This is no ordinary spear. May be important. Best keep it close.
Eh. Interesting. It's a shame that's good armor, because I'm probably not going to wear it.
Never a dull moment.
But here, I'll toss it to you in case. Hey, Aleph. Where's the spear? If Shar allows it, use the spear to kill Nightsong. You know what? Maybe I should hold on to that.
Better not be cursed.
Trust your secrets to the night.
But
deliver the Night Mother's mercy upon her enemies.
But you... How could I...
Shroud yourself in blackest night.
Okay. I wonder if I've gotten that achievement yet. I've been reading pretty much everything I've run across, but I've probably missed stuff because I haven't been seeking it out. Yes, give in to the edge side of the Force. With each passing moment, you make yourself more a teenager. It is inevitable. It is your destiny. Yeah, I don't want to repeat what I said yesterday, Aleph, but everybody who's been saying this is a 10 out of 10 game, I don't think they know what that phrase means. Either that, or they don't really mean it, or they don't have experience reviewing hundreds upon hundreds of games. I mean, there's options here. There's options. This is a good game, don't mistake me, but 10 out of 10? That'd be ridiculous. Yeah, there's also the honeymoon period. That's another problem. The honeymoon period is something I try to fight against very hard myself, because I fall victim to the exact same problem. Yes, we got the spear. I apologize for distracting you from your life, Evo. Give in to your life.
Her most hallowed mercy.
Yeah, even Chrono Trigger and FF6 would not be what I would call 10 out of 10 games. And I love those games to death. The self-same trial. Billy Dokley? I read about this one.
Another bowl, bearing the stains of an ancient blood offering.
Give in to the edge, Evo! Follow Shar!
I need to do this.
Don't follow Shar. I'd have to kill you. Or convert you, but probably kill you. Interesting. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. I suppose that's true, Aleph. Definitions are a problem.
Teaches us that we are our own worst enemy much of the time. Her embrace will elude us until we shed that which holds us back.
I mean, if you look up the most positively reviewed game on Steam, it's a game you've probably never heard of. I can't even remember the name of it right now. It's some random jump scare horror game that you've probably never heard of. Which I'm only bringing up because reviews are worthless. Nobody should ever listen to a review.
I smell a trap.
This game apparently plays very well on lower-end systems, Aleph. Most reviews that are positive. It's linear on Falkenstein. Well, there's only two ways to say this. So, I'm going to say this in two ways. One, other people suck! But two, and slightly more accurately. It's actually three. Oh, that sucks, Aleph. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel better, it keeps yelling at me about my GPU as well. Hell, this thing loads slow on my system. In my opinion, of course I am, Icket. In my opinion, there are two ways to look at reviews. One is to make your own. Just do it yourself, and whatever that means to you is whatever that means to you. So, woo. But the other is... I've put... No, I don't mean percent von Falkenstein. I mean static numbers. The most reviews that also happen to be positive. It's like several 100,000. It's absolutely bonkers. Anyways, getting distracted. I'm trying to think how to summarize this without sounding entirely too elitist. All I'm trying to say is that the only game reviewer in the world who actually does their job properly... no, what I'm trying to say is that in my experience, the overwhelming majority of game reviewers are not game reviewers. And I know that sounds strange, but it probably makes sense if you think about it for a moment. How many people just sit down and do this as a 9-to-5? Or because it pays the bills, or just putting in the minimum amount of effort because whatever, right? They don't care. They're not actually trying to do their job. They're not actually trying to review the game, right? Or maybe maybe they're bored. You know, maybe they just saw that Steam reviews are a thing and wanted to join in on that. I know several people who do that personally. There's nothing wrong with any of that necessarily. But the point is, at that point, those cease to be meaningful. I put a lot of work and effort into my reviews. And it's not even just me. Oh, it's Terraria? Okay, hang on. I'm going to pause this discussion and respond to Von Falkenstein. I was trying to let that discussion go, but Von Falkenstein just will not let this go, so now I got to look up this game. Give me a minute. I guess I can talk while I'm searching. The point is that I put a lot of effort and work into this, and I've not done this alone. I am not the one who created this review system. We created this review system. And it's been something that's been developing for the better part of the last 10 years at this point. And I've always found, regardless of field, that if you actually bother to pay attention and to try and to do your best and to actually put in a freaking good job, then that's the kind of thing that will lead to an actual good resultant, for lack of a better way to put that. As opposed to, you know, yeah, it was good. Oh, wow. So, the game I was thinking about is in early access, which is hysterical. It's called Phasmophobia. 476,000 positive reviews. That's the one I was thinking of, which is just absolutely bonkers. Not even out yet. It's early access. And yeah, there's Terraria. Terraria, it's actually number 7 on this very list that you just linked me. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm just going to make my point really, really briefly here. The best rated games on Steam right now, pound for pound, are Terraria, Gary's Mod, Left 4 Dead 2, this is in order, by the way, Witcher 3, Euro Truck Simulator 2, Stardew Valley, Phasmophobia, The Forest, Don't Starve Together, Dying Light 1, then Portal 2, then Hollow Knight, and then Bloons, which I've never even heard of, Binding of Isaac, Risk of Rain 2, Subnautica, Sekiro, Hades, Deep Rock Galactic. People Playground I have also never heard of. A mod loader for some other game. Oh, for Terraria, of course. Yeah, it's I don't know how better to make my point than that. Moving on. Oh, by the way, good news for those of you who care, which is none of you. But my stepdad was visiting yesterday. It's why we cut off early, remember? My stepparents were visiting. And my stepdad happens to be well-versed in things like building, you know, house stuff. So I asked him a few things and a few bits of advice on the heating situation, because even right now I'm so hot. In fact, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to go and take off my coat, as much as I hate to do that. It is so goddamn hot. I am dying right now. So we're just going to take this off. Just deal with that, because I'm starting to have trouble concentrating, and I'm only like an hour and a half into my stream here. 2 hours, excuse me, into my stream here. Oh, God. So, Lady Shar demands that I suffer, and that I forget the suffering. Point being that, yeah, I gotta take off all the... No, I mean, it's right here. But no, point being that Eva really is not paying attention, you can tell. Because she just dropped in saying, where does it go? Yeah, no, the point being that my stepdad... I'm not even flexing. You want me to flex? I could flex. I have giant arms. He came in and he helped me figure out the situation. So I've ordered a couple of things. They should be here tomorrow, which means probably on Tuesday, I hopefully, fingers crossed, will actually have a good setup for this room, and we'll be able to stop dying of heat. And what's really funny is that you're probably thinking, didn't you move down here to avoid the heat? Oh yeah, it's much worse up there. It's so much worse up there. I couldn't even wear, like, the suit and tie, or just the shirt and tie up there, because I would be dying of heat stroke up there. There was a reason I was in a shirt and shorts when I was upstairs. Anyways. Where's... Okay, so this one... Who's that? So that's Halson. There's me. Who are you? Yeah, that's true. Aleph, she was just really distracted by me stripping. I'm sorry, Eva. I didn't mean to distract you. What kind of mechs did you get, von Falkenstein? Lae'zel's over there. Okay, so we're over here. Let's move over here.
What's cooking?
I'm gonna see her. Lae'zel was over here, though. Stop. No, stop. He's back here.
There's no time to waste.
See her.
Let's try this way.
No time to rest.
Who's that? That's Shadowheart.
Can't afford to stay idle. No time for dallying. Attacking's the best defense.
Actually, I do, Dakota. Or more accurately, I've got a sink right over there. Just 2 rooms that way, or 2 doors that way, excuse me. Same floor, it's also in the basement. Got my own bathroom down here. Listen, I have to maintain at least some of my appearance, Yura, or else I'm just going to go back to the shirt and shorts. And nobody wants that. I'm not really joking. I know some people just don't care, and that's fine. But I find myself wondering how many people would be bothered by the fact that they just see some loser in some other person's room with terrible audio quality streaming some random game in a shirt and shorts, you know? It's just, it gets across this overwhelming veneer of unprofessional, casual, amateur streamer, right? I could wear shorts and nobody would know. I'll go ahead and prove right now that I'm not wearing shorts. Something I like to do periodically so that people know that I do not wear shorts on camera. Because as you can see, I'm not wearing shorts. At least I think you can see this. There we go. Yep, no, you can see. Pants. See? So, I like to wear pants on camera. Just partially for myself, admittedly. It's more comfortable. But also because it feels really, really weird to be sitting here in a suit and tie and shorts. I have done that a couple of times when it was just too hot. But then I stopped because it just felt weird. Just stretch breaks, they're gone. Dead. No breaks.
Still on my feet.
You say that, Eva, but I kind of don't agree with you. Because there's this thing, right? I'm trying to think of how to explain it. It's sort of this inference thing, right? It's like, well, you know, maybe they're wearing shorts, but maybe they're not. And maybe you're just sitting there thinking, oh my god, he's just sitting there in shorts or his underwear or something. And we don't know. We can't know. And it's just kind of a weird thing in the background. It's one of the reasons I like to periodically prove that I'm wearing pants so that people know that they don't have to think that. And it just kind of gets rid of that completely. Can I, like... No. God, why are you so worthless?
Can't slow down.
You say that, Colgrim, but history has proven you wrong on that. I mean, everybody loves the Marauder. Even me. Oh my god. I pulled up Twitch just the other day while I was dealing with something. I don't even remember what it said now, and of course it's not going to be there now. Hey look, someone's streaming Phasmophobia right now. Okay, it looks like nobody's doing it right now, but right here, like if you just pull up Twitch on the thing, it's like, hey, you know, what do you feel like watching? And right at the front was someone being like, new shower, trying it out on stream, and it's like, look, I'm happy about my shower too. You don't see me showing it off, right?
Have to keep going.
Where do I go from here?
I don't agree with that, Colgrim, but that's because I'm looking at it. That sounds insulting. On a surface level, sure. On a more complex dominoes level, no, because it actively makes Twitch worse and makes things worse for everybody else on the platform. So, no, I am 100% not in favor of that. Yeah, sure.
confrontation. Shit it out.
That's true, Aleph, and that's absolutely right. Why am I not a bear anymore? Oh, our bear ran out of health. Okay, that would explain it. I see they can violate the rule just fine. Where is... Oh my god, she's not in the combat. Why are you not in the combat? Get in here!
Reaction.
Jesus Christ. I was just waiting for her turn to come around like, hello? No joy. Oh, this goddamn game. I'm so sick of this game.
Well, so much for peace.
Where's my Karlach? Like, where's Mir Karlach?
Over there.
We are in Act 2. The eternal act of eternalness, as I like to call it. Seriously, they can just violate the don't attack your own rule all willy-nilly here.
No time to waste. Got to keep fighting.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
There I am. I know, Triaxia.
I'm ready.
What?
Come on. Can't stay idle.
Oh, whatever.
They're dying for me. All of them.
What do I have to lose?
Got to concentrate. Can't afford to let up.
Eh.
I need healing.
Make way.
Yeah, imagine if Shara was like, hey, what's up? See you around, Aleph. Have a good one. Listen.
On my way.
I need you to murder Runner. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the exact thing she goes for.
Take your...
Can't even catch my breath.
Where? I have sea invisibility. Like, permanently. Where are you? fact, you're right here. I can tell because the interface is telling me you're right here. Hi.
What now?
Jesus. Considering that some of the faith absolutely bleeds up as fuel for the deities, I would be astonished if that's not true, Colgrim. Like, there's got to be at least some impact going on there. Which is really messed up if you think about it. And would imply some very interesting long-term malleability on the deities, if mortals were able to organize on a sufficient scale to do anything about it, which obviously they are not. Well, there's this thing, Evo. It's called the status quo. And we all know what the writers of Forgotten Realms think of the status quo. Having said that, if I, the GM, was playing a campaign where my players were trying to make that happen, I'd probably allow it. It wouldn't be easy, but I'd absolutely allow it. Let's just do a short rest.
Enough time wasted. Battle awaits.
But no, I do absolutely think there's some interesting things that could happen as a result of that. Not because, on the one hand, you'd think, well, okay, we're going to deliberately put effort into changing a deity. Cool. But hang on. It could go even worse than that, because misinformation and misunderstanding are things. So what if you are sufficiently capable of organizing enough people to change their faith, but not in the direction you were guiding it? Not in the direction you wanted. And if I might be so blunt, everything that the Absolute is doing here sounds a whole lot like trying to make a very organized attempt in order to affect divinity, which is probably why Mystra has already noticed it.
Another bowl.
Another trial. I should do this.
Listen, Shadowheart, I know you love bleeding yourself, but like...
Values those that can remain unseen and can still obtain what they want. Stealth is a virtue derived from her very essence.
Sure. We'll go with that. Let's save before we do this. Only before he started being terrible, Yura. So, like, Steven Seagal started out okay. I don't want to say great, but okay. Then he started slipping, and that's the hilarious phase right there. You know, we literally have invisibility, just cast it ourselves.
Moving in.
But anyways, Seagal started getting crap, and that's when he started getting funny, in my opinion. Here, just go here. But,
That's curious.
Nice place. And now we're on fire. But then Steven Seagal kept going. He didn't stop his descent into bad. And yeah, he eventually just became trash. Just actual trash. In terms of his acting and whatnot, I don't know anything about him with regards to the character, or the actor, the person. I mean, that's what they did with Bruce Willis, Colgrim. Which, there's a horrible story, by the way.
Moving ahead.
Oh, absolutely, Loke. Mystra tends to be... One of the reasons Mystra, and consequently Elminster, tend to be involved in so many things isn't just because of author fiat or popularity. It's because of the fact that Mystra should be one of the very, very first people to notice things. Like, logically. Get up!
Child of the night.
And we lost invisibility. Okay, well.
On my way.
Yeah, Mystra's usual approach is to let mortals handle it, which again makes sense from a real-life perspective, because adventures. Whoa, you're not, you dick! You colossal dick!
And passes unseen. Damn! That shame will be right.
Just turned around right there, like, hey, see ya.
Better be cautious.
See that you're there. Just so you know.
Have to keep going. On my way.
Anyways, sorry, so point being that it makes sense in-universe and out for Mystra to rely on mortals. Oh my god. This is... PSP games I was excited to play. Dissidia Duodecim, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, the 2 GTA stories, Final Fantasy Tactics on the PSP, Tactics Ogre on the PSP. I know there's others. I have a bunch of PSP games. I'm not sure which of these they're in. Every PSP game I own, put simply. Yeah, Mystra's got a full-time job, and she's probably not happy about it. Probably why she keeps dying. I suppose I should say they keep dying, because there's been several.
Child of the night.
What? Okay, Shadowheart, come here for a sec.
I'm ready.
Do me a favor. Get rid of that. Cool, that's actually not what I wanted. Go a little bit closer, please. Get rid of that, please. Yeah, kill it. Oh my god, it's coming out of a vent.
No one stopped me yet.
Of course it's coming out of the vent. Hang on, let me just get my telekinesis spell, pull that vase out, put the vase on through the hole, right? Pull the vase out through the hole, and then plop the vase on the vent, and I'll be done. Right? I could do that, right?
Softer than a whisper, right on my feet.
Okay, so hold on to these stupid skulls for a reason.
Need to find a way forward.
That is why. Oh, really? What? What? What?
else minds their business.
Oh, okay. So, hang on. One thing makes sense, but the other thing still doesn't make sense. Let's see if we can manage this again.
Never wanted the easy path.
Naturally, we stopped stealthing because the moment you do anything, you stop stealthing, which is really, really dumb, by the way. And honestly, kind of actively player hostile. I am so confused by why there's just this visibility field right here. You seeing that? It's just staying there. It apparently is not actually there. So that's just a straight bug. So that's cool. Just gonna slip around the corner here. Oh, it fixed itself. Okay, cool. Quickly. Okay, we succeeded. Come on. Time's wasting. Don't know what that did. By the way, that's another thing. This game has so little pause that it doesn't even pause while you're doing a dice roll, which I've noticed a couple of times. So, you know, that sucks. Thank you, Noel. I would honestly recommend waiting until the first major sale, probably Christmas. Let the first few patches get in and polish the game up a little bit. It's kind of buggy. It's pretty much guaranteed to get the bad launch negative, because it's just got bugs everywhere. Little bugs, tiny bugs, but a non-stop cavalcade of them. Like we just saw, twice. If you know what you want to put that towards, remember, up to 3 things, please let me know. And yeah, I've heard from several people that Act 3 is either much better or much worse, so I guess we'll see when we get there. Yeah, Act 1 is pretty legit. I actually agree with that. Act 1 had the fewest problems. The moment we hit Act 2, we started running into a lot higher density of issues. I mean, we had to roll a 2 or a 1 to fail that one. Also true, Maverick. It's funny how that works out.
To be unseen is to be welcomed everywhere.
That's not creepy.
Very well.
There's also little issues which don't really matter, but just kind of get frustrating, like the fact that voice acting sometimes just doesn't work at all. We've seen several instances of that, including just now. Or the way that some actions are committal and some are not. Some triggers force you to walk into the trigger, some don't. You know, there's just issues. I'm not gonna make a laundry list. There's probably at least 100 issues we've run into just in the last week.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
You can, Noel, and you can put it towards 2 other things if you want to. Yeah, I was gonna say, considering how many things we've already done that we know we could have failed and or gone another route on, Act 3 is either gonna follow through on all that, or be Mass Effect 3, and I'm not sure which one it is. I mean, when the definitive edition comes out, I guarantee you this is going to be a lot better of a game. It always has been. And I do have a decent amount of faith in Larian as a studio. Okay, so we've dealt with a demon, we've dealt with some trials. Let's go here. I suppose I should review the section we just went through. Yes. That's a good question, Colgrim. Ball Spawn Edition. I don't know. Tentacled Edition. There you go. Or Edition. Yeah, that as I said when I fought the Demon Brigand, that's why I'm playing a Bard. Yeah, so there's an Orthon, which is a decently, mid to high level Batazu or Beatazu. I never know how to pronounce that.
Wait.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong at all.
Shadowheart?
It's fine. Really. I just feel we're on the right track. I'm right where I need to be. Under Lady Shar's gaze.
Uh-huh. And yes, Colgrim. Absolutely. I agree. And that is a function of gameplay. Some people don't think it, and they're wrong. That is gameplay. It's because the game hasn't given me an option not to, is the answer to that, Dakota. We're missing one orb? Unless it's on someone else. There it is. Okay, we're good, we're good.
All's well that ends.
You will.
Not as bad as it could have.
We're good, we're good. I was gonna say, we should have gotten all of them, but I had them on another character. We're cool. We're cool.
The disc is moving. Might be useful to navigate this place.
You could side with the Absolute.
How much further can I go?
Why do you keep opening that up over to the left? That's a lot of bones. This looks a lot like where we just were. Probably because it is where we just were. It's cool. I like being where we just were. Let's try that again. Elevator music. It's Mass Effect 1. We have a report on the colony trying to settle the Europa Icarus Foundation. There have been reports of people eating their own faces off. Wayland Yutani has denied this categorically. Why do you do this game? That's really frustrating. Yes, there was a face pizza? Oh yeah, that looks like where I want to go. What's really weird is there was a lot of companion banter back in Act 1 with Wolfenstein. Like, a ton of it. Although, I should point out we had the mod back then, with all the party members present. So we could hear, you know, all the different banters. So maybe that's the issue? I don't know. It's also possible this is just Act 2 and there just aren't as many triggers. We'll have to see how Act 3 handles that. Because we're going to be in Baldur's Gate in Act 3. That's not a spoiler. We know this. Okay, separate save. Sure, we can do that. Or not.
More than a temple, perhaps. A proving ground. This must be where Ketheric Thorm grew his dark-cloaked ranks.
Okay. This is nice. Please stop talking to me in the middle of this nonsense. So anyways, we'll pop this on 3, which is, we haven't used in a while, which is why we're doing it. He was like, "Banter! I got you, fam."
This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations.
You show
The end is near.
Let's see.
One more test awaits. Descend.
This must be the last step. I need to pray. Only by Lady Shar's grace did we even make it this far.
Nothing. Shadowheart continues her prayer in silence.
I don't want to use the power of the parasite.
All right. No need to dash in ahead of me. I'm ready.
What's going on?
Nothing. Just a show of respect. Trust me, you wouldn't want to displease her. Not here. Let's continue.
Your party is gathered. You are ready. Or so you hope.
Are you sure you want to proceed? Depending on your choices, the state of the region could change and some active quests will become unavailable. So, we actually have a precedence for giving positives for these kind of point-of-no-return warnings. But I don't think I've given one yet, so we're going to give it. Especially since there's multiple. Honestly, this is the kind of thing that should be default. Really. But God, it isn't. It really, really isn't. There are so many of these. They're fine, Icket. They're fine.
As you step into the silent water,
You realize you need to load your state. And then walk away from the game. And then never play it again. Ah! Let's see, what would be the most unpopular game I could stream right now that I actually want to stream? I've got it. Mario Brothers Lost Levels. Nobody wants to watch that stream. There'll be 5 people on stream that day when we get there. It'll be great. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be the Shantae streams all over again. And then, what else? What else could we stream that'll be just terrible that nobody will care about? Tetris 99. I love it. Hang on, let me pull up my list here. What do we got? Games I want to stream. Heist Simulator. I think that's not out yet. Ixion, Flotsam, Lightyear Frontier. Great Houses of Calderia. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Forever Skies. Terra Nil. Necrosity. Aquatico. Ast Libra. There's a game called Questmaster. Okay, so since there is a waypoint right here, I think there's one group of people I forgot to talk to. And I remembered it, and then I forgot until someone said so 5 seconds ago. Yeah, there it is. Speak to the tieflings in Last Light. So let's go speak to the tieflings in Last Light. Yeah, we'll play Mario is Missing. All right. Where's the tieflings? Where are you, tieflings? I
wanted the easy path.
Which one of you are the tieflings? There's no quest marker because screw you. Quest markers are non-immersive, and only morons and idiot lame brains like me would ever actually want quest markers in a game with 7,000 quests and an inconsistent and badly designed map like this one. How dare you, sir?
I should speak up.
Didn't I already talk to Roland? Where's like what it says? Talk to the tieflings. Who am I talking to? You want to give me a little bit of guidance, game?
We're bruised, battered, but we're together again.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. You maybe?
Thank you. I never thought I'd see these two again. It's good to be back.
Cool.
I'm not the best at showing it, but I love Cal and Roland to death. They're family. Thank you for bringing us back together.
Oh. There they are.
You're all right. My gods, you're all right.
Come here, darling.
So that's at least 2 times these people could die at this point. That I know of.
I was so scared I'd lost you.
Me too. But we're here now. Safe.
Yeah, that's true, Colgrim. I wonder how many of these were named characters back in Descent and Inverness. So, it is good to see you two back together.
Credit where it's due. Bex, this is the one who helped me and the others escape.
This isn't the first time you've helped us. Saved our lives, really. Why?
You know, I'd like to be upset that someone asked that question, but given this setting, that's a very valid thing. Most adventurers are neutral at best. I do like how for the experience is one of the options, by the way.
You make it sound so easy. But I know the lengths you've gone to on our behalf.
Lady.
We'll never forget it. Never, ever. Here. Take these for the road. It's the least I can do.
That's true, I remember.
Shall we go for a walk?
Anywhere, my love. I go where you go.
Yeah, go have sex. You both deserve it. 280 experience. Yeah, do you have any more of that, lady? No reason.
Blackets will be done.
organizing really quick while I'm thinking about it.
Still alive. So that's progress.
Yeah, go get kidnapped again. Oh my god. It reminds me, this is a random anecdote, it reminds me of Neverwinter Nights 2 when you meet the Tiefling party member pretty early on in the game, and she's weirded out if you're really nice to her. Because she's a Tiefling. For no other reason. Just because she's a Tiefling.
What's up for discussion?
And that was about 100 years before these events.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
I can't remember her name either, which I feel very silly about. Because I like almost all the party members in Neverwinter Nights 2. Not all of them, though. Almost all of them. Oh, Nishka. You can tell I'm reading chat. I'm doing inventory, Evo. Give me a break. I wasn't reading chat. This. Because then, hang on. So there's, yeah, Sand is amazing. I'm sorry. Sand is probably the best party member in that game. But I also really liked, I know it's not Khadgar, because he's from Warcraft, but the dwarf, who's also one of your first party members, by the way. Like, I thought he would irritate me. Kelgar. Kelgar, not Khadgar. You can see why I got him confused. Kelgar is honestly awesome, especially if you do his quest chain, which I suppose is true for a lot of characters. Yeah, Kelgar's legit. But Neverwinter Nights 2 is not immune to the... I guess we could call that the BioWare problem, where some party members clearly have the time and attention to develop them into interesting, you know, well fleshed out, well acted characters, and some of them do not. Because some of the party members in Neverwinter Nights 2 are not, you know? They're token, is what I would call them. Yeah, the Rex versus... Exactly, Pelicious, no. It's like, well, they spent a lot of time and effort really developing Rex, and then there's Caden. Kaiden, or whatever his stupid name was. Yeah, then there's Farm Girl Lady, who would probably have endeared herself more to me if she wouldn't stop whining. I get why she's whining, but that doesn't mean... It doesn't make it any better, you know? The fact that she's just constantly on about it to the player doesn't help anything. Chandra, that's her name. Yeah, and then there's the Warlock character, who is also a very good character. Bypasses the late party member syndrome. Probably by virtue of just being, you know, so much of the story being written around him. I was deliberately avoiding names for obvious reasons, Loner. And Ikit. You notice I even stalled there to be like, how much are these worth? Sorcerer Girl? Sorcerer Girl and Rogue Guy, Ranger Guy, are probably the two worst party members in that game, in my opinion. They're, like, you could see the beginnings of characters for both of them, but they never do anything with either of them, to the point where they become interesting. Like, she's... Well, she's chaotic evil. It's a really good way to put it. She's full of herself, and she's had an interesting upbringing, which has made her push back against authority, and you could see the beginnings of an interesting story there. But that's it. Like that's the full extent of her character. It never really does anything. And Ranger Guy could have been this big pragmatic look, right? The person who is amoral rather than being immoral. But again, yeah, Bishop was only really good in one scene in the expansion. And I'm not going to talk about that because that's turbo spoilers at that point. Exactly, Ikiclaw. That's kind of my exact point. Both of them fail at what they could and should have been. That's exactly my point. It is a damn shame, and I get the problems, but honestly, they probably should have just gone ahead and ejected the party members rather than include them in such an inconsistent, not inconsistent, such a bad state, you know? They're not characters, they're bots. I guess that's sufficient.
Take care now.
What path lies before me?
Cassavir. God, I forgot he even existed. So far, the only party member that I would consider to be bad in this game is Asterion. And we'll see. I'm holding off on that one. Oh yeah, there's also the Druid. I forgot about Druid Lady, who has the best romance ever, as we showed, I think, during the lore run. And then, of course, there's know that you will know the knowing of our knowledge. We will know when we know each other's knowings of our knowledge, knowing what we know about our knowledge. You will know! No, we're done. The gnome? The gnome felt like someone trying to replicate Deacon and failing at it. I like Deacon a lot, by the way. I should mention that. But Gravnar was just irritating. And I think at least part of that is the voice actor. What am I doing? What am I doing? Teleprodding. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm sort of making my point here for me by virtue of how many of these characters I forgot even existed. I mean, you could just blame that on me. I suppose that's valid, but... Yeah, meanwhile in Mask, way better. I honestly forgot about the gnome and the druid, because both of them are such nothing burgers. Just total nothing burgers. Where am I? Oh, I'm going completely the wrong way. That's why. Okay, here we go. Camera? Oh, right. I wouldn't say I like any of the characters in Mask. But what I do... What I do is I think they're good characters. I think they're well-written and well-fleshed-out characters. Oh yeah, we should probably go kill Balthy Boy, shouldn't we? The Dove would be a lot more a character I like if she wasn't a moron. And just going about something I agree with fundamentally in, like, the most haphazardly stupid way imaginable. It's something that pisses me off in real life. It's when someone I agree with is trying to do something I agree with in the dumbest way possible, and it's actively making that cause that I agree with worse by virtue of their incompetence. That's her. Twit. Okay, so we'll kill him later, apparently. So we'll move on. Moving on. Wait, no, that's where we came from. Where am I? God, I am all kinds of turned around now. Down! That's where I'm going.
Here we go.
That's why. Because it didn't activate for some stupid reason. Apparently it didn't activate Evo, because, yeah. I would be all in favor of that loader. No joke. Through that stupid wall. Let's see. Now, Neverwinter Nights 1... Neverwinter Nights 1 had a similar problem. Because I would actually say that most of the characters, the party members in Neverwinter Nights 1 vanilla, are good, but very one note. And they decided to drag out that one note across the entire campaign. Because you can only advance their story arc one step per act. So they are very stretched thin. And they're already not particularly engaging characters. I don't see it. There it is. Come on. Waypoint discovered. Thanks, game.
Must be where initiates undertook their final preparations.
You show great potential. Do not falter now.
Yeah, exactly, Loner. And it's like, ugh.
One more test awaits.
Now, Deacon's awesome. And I am unashamed of that. Deacon is the party member. Deacon is what that kind of archetype character should be. I'm just going to say that.
I will not fail you, my lady.
Thank you, Vigilant. Always. Always appreciate. Give me a second. HOI 4, Old World Blues, Fallout London, Alpha Centauri. There's a game I'm looking forward to playing someday. We'll see. We'll see what we do with Asterion. You probably haven't noticed, but several times when we go back to camp, I have deliberately gone out of my way to talk to Asterion specifically, and he's had nothing to say. We've run out of dialogue with him, so I just kind of keep waiting for something to trigger.
This must be the last step. I need to pray.
You already did this.
Nothing. Shadowheart can...
All right. No need to dash in ahead of me.
Okay, so... he hasn't even mentioned his vampire overlord. In fact, I didn't know he had a vampire overlord. He apparently has a, what do you call that in Forgotten Realms? There's a term, and I can't think of it. Whatever. Dude who made you. Sire. That's the word. Sire.
Your party is gathered. You are ready. Or so you hope.
No, it's okay, Innocence. It's fine. That does explain a lot about his attitude, though. If he was a thrall, then he probably has, like, a lot of issues. Because thralls have to do what they're told, and that's exactly as unpleasant as that sounds. Okay, let's resave here now that we've done our little... Yeah, there was a scene where he was like, "Hi, I'm a vampire," and it's like, okay. And that's kind of the extent of how that's gone. In fact, it was such a nonplus thing that even when I said, "Okay, I tolerate you," and he was like, "Oh, okay." And that was it. That was the whole scene. I was just weirded out by how nothing it was.
As you step into the silent water, a foreign dread travels through you. It curls its way up your leg, squeezing tight.
Well, we're dead. It's okay, we have the mythical power of save states. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. This is my kind of place.
Lady Shar. I can feel her all around. This is her domain. This is the Shadowfell.
You did well. Better than I would have credited you with. Now, hurry along and bear witness to my masterpiece.
This is the Dark Lady's domain. He does not belong here.
Lead on, then.
Gladly. And once proceedings begin, please show some wits and do not interfere.
That's why he's so fat. He hovers everywhere. Nobody in their right mind would want to be in the Shadowfell.
I feel lighter, unburdened, as if the softest push could send me drifting away.
Descend to her.
Just a little bit further. See my actions, Lady Shar. Hear my words of faith.
Shadowheart. Really?
Listen to
Blessed Nightsinger, witness my adoration.
She sounds super desperate, and it's... well, it's kind of gross, actually, if I'm being blunt.
I have emptied my heart of falsehoods. I have vanquished your foes. Nearly there. Have to keep going. Lady Shar's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall. Lady Shar's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
Unkind and incorrect. I could never hate my master.
What,
Perhaps you're
what?
Perhaps you're incapable of feeling at all.
Please, Abel, spare me. Your insults are tired and shocked on years.
I didn't see what happened. The camera just decided to plummet into the bit. Yeah, I got that I fell. I don't know how or why. 'Cause I was focusing on the conversation that was actively playing game. Where are they? I'm staring right at them.
No time to dally.
Okay.
Your party is gathered. As it
This is the Dark Lady's domain.
Oh god, no kidding, Colgrim.
As if the softest
Probably not a small period of time, too.
away. Don't waste a step.
Just a little bit further. See my actions, Lady Shar. Hear my words of faith.
tomb.
I have vanquished your foes. Lady Shar's will shall be done, as sure as my life.
So that's what happened.
As sure as night will fall.
Never hate my master.
That honestly probably should not be possible. That probably shouldn't even be available. So,
At least things have stayed interesting.
Lady Shar's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps you're incapable of... Balthazar. Come to add more bars to my cage? Or perhaps to lead this would-be Justicia's blade directly to my heart? I invite you. Heap more sins upon your head. My retribution will be all the sweeter for them.
All this time, and you still fail to appreciate the gifts I bestowed on you, Aelin. Sad to see a thing of beauty not recognize its own worth. But General Thorm, he appreciates you, and he wants you close at hand. So, I am here to whisk you back to him.
Ketheric. I welcome the sight of him after these 100 years. He whose immortality I supply with my very soul.
General Thorm. I'm sure you'll be on your best behavior for him, but just in case, I've taken some precautions. Keep back. It will take quite some concentration to secure Aelin for her little journey.
hold up, the Nightsong's a person?
Person? Please. You insult her. You insult me. Aelin is so much more than that. She is an Asimar, bound to a soul cage of my creation, and lending her immortal strength to General Thorm. Her power, his will, and my genius. An unsurpassable feat.
Ramblings most unsane. Poor Balthazar. For maggots ate his brain long ago.
Hold your tongue, Aelin, or I'll take it away from you again. And you, no more questions. No more interference.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the opportune moment to kill him. Killing him in the Shadowfell is certainly an amusing time to do so. Like, his soul will probably be lost here forever. He's not on the prime material plane right now, and his soul might literally not make it to Kellamvor to be judged if he dies here, is all I'm saying. So...
Fly at me, you fool. You cannot stop what is to come.
Cave Bear approves.
Let us make short work of this.
That is a terrible initiative. That is a terrible initiative. Oh my god.
How placid is my foolish foe!
I think I can make this work. See what happens. So, first and foremost, cast haste on her. Second of all, pop this. And third of all, stand right there. Suck. So I have to endure 3 turns of stuff. Okay. So that's going to take up our bonus. And we're going to go ahead and bleed him.
I will not know failure.
Might not even work. Nope, he is bleeding. I'm gonna swing. I'm gonna action surge. I'm gonna swing. I'm gonna swing. And he's dead. Now, I was kind of hoping they would fall over with his death. But that's okay, because the real threat of this fight just went away. Yeah, that's... I was hoping to haste Karlach, but honestly, hasting the fighter might be an even better outcome. I think I will save at this point. Yeah, he's dead and probably trapped forever in the Shadowfell, so have fun with that, buddy. God, we've got all kinds of things in all kinds of directions, so we're just gonna sweep a little bit. Because we can, because she's hasted. Now we're gonna wait a minute. Just gonna stand here. Yep, let's go ahead and use our reaction.
Greasier than a war roast.
Gross. Alright, so you're up here. That's terrible. That's exactly where I don't want you. What I do want you to do is I want you to Spirit Guardians Radiant. Cool. Now, next thing I want you to do is jump down here. No reason, really. And just kind of walk up here. Yep, okay, and then walk up here. And then walk up here. Actually, that's all we got right now. Yep, nope, we're good. Stay there for a minute. Time to prove why I keep someone in my party who I barely use for trash fights. In fact, if you're paying attention, this is why the other reason I keep the Bard around. Because the Bard has haste. And you might think, that's it? But no, no, no. Haste is such a game changer. By itself. Oh, that's great. Yes, please! Group up into one small area! I beg of you! Yeah, a hasted barbarian or a hasted fighter is just a chipper shredder. Speaking of which, rage. I'm gonna focus entirely on the big boys with these two. Well... Hey, let me think about this for a second, actually.
Cry about it.
Of course. Come on.
Find a route.
That's true, Colgrim. Because, I mean, sorcerers are ridiculous. I mean, no, but that doesn't surprise me, Bragman. Let's see. Why don't we have you Bardic Inspiration? Actually, no. I'm gonna summon the best boy. When did I get this ability? And why have I not been using this every single... Okay, whatever. Let's, let's just heal. It's the best boy, von Falkenstein. I'm not gonna summon him here. That would be really horrible. He deserves better than that. He's a good boy. Can you even shove? Do you have the ability to shove? You do not. That's funny. Well, we're dead. I'm actually going to undo that, because I don't feel like dealing with that. It's kicked right over the edge. Because I'm afraid of kicking him out of the party, Lord Aramont. We temporarily have 5 party members. I'd rather not lose that. Also, he's great in bed. Only when a bear, though. Alright, so anyways. Oh, God, where was I in all this nonsense?
Experience prune tart.
So. Oh, they saved this time. They didn't, though. Or did they? So this is going to take a minute. Let's see. Oh. I mean, that's sort of what I was assuming was going to happen, Colgrim. But, yeah. Instead, we're just going to slow mode this, so... Slow mode it is.
Very well.
Wander over there for no reason. No particular reason. I'm sorry. It's just kind of funny to watch, you know? Anyways, dash, because this is your life now. I've got to jump. Oh, whatever.
Watch this!
Galen's just like, I guess I'll just stand here and watch. Game? You want to let me attack this person? Game? Game? You're right there, game. Game? Alright, end your turn. Just whatever. What else am I gonna do? Oh no. I can't attack him from anything. Okay, cool. Ranged attack on that one.
You bow, or you break. To me. Go to prison.
I mean, if you had an invincible skeleton, maybe you should have been using it. I'm just saying. Still can't click them. Okay. Game.
Breathe deep and move.
On the move. Let's end this. Moving.
Anyways. So I started Spirit Guardianing. There's this one stupid dude left.
Handy.
I hate to do this, but you probably need this more than, you know, a fancy hat, so...
Alright, what now?
Anyways. Let's see what she has to say.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Balthazar has drawn his final rancid breath. Pity it was not my hand that brought it about. Instead, it was you. You, who have come to seek the praise of your wicked goddess. You, who have come to drive a dagger through my heart.
Not a dagger, a spear. My Lady Shar's spear. Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
The fate you seal is your own. To be a Dark Justicia is to turn your heart from everything but loss. You will know no love, no joy, only servitude, until of course your mistress inevitably discards you. And there is much she does not tell you. A terrible blood price that may extend beyond my own death.
You feel Shadowheart bristling. This is important to her. But your bond is strong. You may yet be able to sway her from the path of duty to the path of light. And Nightsong is not blind to your conflict. Behind that raging heart is the restless beat of one who knows too well that her fate hangs in the balance.
Oh, sure. I noticed none of these are dice rolls, which is interesting. So, we have saved. Let's poke around a little bit. Let's not interfere, see what happens.
Well, well, well. What's that I sense? A spear intended for my heart? Empowered by your goddess, I. Empowered to kill the child of a god. Do you know what I am, little assassin? For I know you. A lost child. Frightened by wolves in the dark.
What did you say?
Much has been promised to you, hasn't it? But what has been taken from you? What do you know of your own heart? Your own life? I sense more in you than you know.
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
I mean... Okay, we'll say nothing. We'll continue to glare silently.
I can't believe I just did that. Lady Shar will disown me. What will happen to me?
Not what will happen. What will you do? Your past is not yet lost. Your future is not yet fixed. Lay a hand on me in friendship, not quite Sharon. And I will fight the battle that has been waiting for me this last century. Then, oh then, we will have much to discuss.
Honestly, yeah, Lord Harrimont, ditto. I fully walked into that expecting that to be the bad ending, and we'd have to rewind.
Our Lady of Silver, hear me. She who guides the Moon Maiden Selûne, mother of the so-called Nightsong. The Nightsong is no more!
Yeah, her being an Aasimar of Selûne makes a lot of sense. I want that armor. For her, not for me.
I am resplendent.
Seriously, I want that
You've
armor.
given me a great gift, little warrior. Don't you find it oh so curious that you would spurn your dark lady? Perhaps you feel a stirring of the truth already. But that will come later. There is a battle yet to be fought. You have done what we feared was impossible. You have released me from a century of sorrow. Your power is great. So too must be your weapon. You must choose what you will wield. And the Moon Maiden will provide. Thus I have said. Thus will it be so. Are you ready?
The answer boils down to, it depends, Czar. Are we playing as her all of a sudden? I just... Okay, No, yeah, I think that we kind of stumbled into the best possible outcome. No, that's an interesting choice. It's something CRPGs honestly don't do enough of. I know that sounds strange, because we're always playing as the PC, but I think side moments where you play as someone else have a lot of benefit, not only to allow you, the player, to kind of gauge the direction you want a character to take, but also a way for the writer to give us insight into how a character thinks. It's a really rare thing, which is strange. Yeah, the prison scenes of Dragon Age Origins. Perfect example of that kind of thing. So, ready for what?
To kill Ketheric Thorm.
We need to leave. Lady Shar won't stand for us to be here, not after what we did.
Yeah, then let's go.
I'm not sure there's a place that's far enough away for me to go. Lady Shar must be angry. But there's only silence. Let's get out of here, please. Whatever's coming, I don't want to be in the heart of the Shadowfell when it finds me.
Also, unrelated, I don't want to be in the Shadowfell.
We'd better get there and see what she's unleashed against Ketheric Thorm.
Okay, can we leave the Shadowfell, like, forever? The sorrow-sworn greet ye. No kidding, Lord Aramon.
Powerful ally. Well chosen, Shadowheart.
Can't wait to watch her cleave Ketheric's head in two.
Moonlit Glaive. 1d10 plus 1 plus 1d4 radiant. Also automatically shines, and it's a +2 enchanted. It also gives us Moonlight Butterflies, excuse me, which is 1d8 bludgeoning plus 1d4 thunder. Strike a foe, conjuring an illusory swarm of moon-pale butterflies, gaining advantage on attacks against that target. Deal additional psychic damage equal to your proficiency bonus. When the target moves away from the illusion, it takes 1d6 psychic damage. That's pretty freaking good. And yes, Asimar? I've heard so many different pronunciations of it. Who are PCs usually can't do this kind of stuff. I'm okay with it because logically ASMR should run the gamut of capacity, so this doesn't bother me all that much. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna save, because that was awesome. We're gonna save right here. Actually, no, we're gonna save over 1. One's kind of our primary committal save. Okay, now let's see the bad ending. This is honestly probably going to be painful. I kind of wanted to see the bad ending first, because this is probably going to leave a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not looking forward to this.
And Nightsong is not blind to your conflict. Behind that raging heart is the restless beat of one who knows too well that her fate hangs in the balance.
Yeah, I imagine the third outcome is the even worse outcome, which we're really not doing. So, Shadowheart, kill her! Kill her! All of these say yes. Hang on, I might have to rewind a bit further. Do what must be done.
Well. Do you know what
did you say?
Much has
Forward a
been...
little bit here.
I sense...
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
Okay, so I like how 3 of these options, which we know at this point in time, lead to not killing her. But let's pick the first option, which is kill her! Kill her! Everyone disapproves. Kill her! Kill her! Mwahaha. Do it! Do it. Okay, she is actually doing it. I'll be real, I dislike the approval and disapproval thing.
There it is.
Let's talk about that in a minute.
At last. You are Shar's child, after all. And I am.
It is done. You have proven yourself. You have answered my highest calling. My chosen. My warrior. My dark justiciar. No more hiding. Let me show you. Let all see how you have served me, Shadowheart, and how you have been rewarded. Your pain is now your power. Wield it true. My charge must be cleansed. You shall be my instrument in ridding it of the impure. Then you shall take up the mantle as its new leader. First, hunt down the traitor, Ketheric Thorm. He shunned my embrace. He let my armies be slaughtered. He used my domain to safeguard his wretched life. But now, without the Nightsong, he is vulnerable. End him. In my name, Shadowheart. Let him see you in your splendor before you shut his eyes forever. Once he is vanquished, Baldur's gate awaits. Your holy work will continue there, where you first learned of my embrace. Take up my spear again and go forth. Let the cleansing begin.
Finally! Through me, her will is enacted. Her shadows strengthen and the darkness takes all. I am her chosen.
Thank you for not showing me the dozens of innocent people who just got butchered.
Hope you made she of the absolute misery feel better.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Get off my screen. Get off my screen. Shar's Spear of Evening. 1d8 plus 2. You gain advantage on saving throws while lightly or heavily obscured. This weapon deals an additional 1d6 damage to creatures that are lightly or heavily obscured. Wearer cannot be blinded. Also grants the spell Shar's Darkness. Shar's Darkness is darkness. That's what it is. We also gain Edge of Darkness. Yeah, tell me about it. That's a weapon action which does 1d8 bludgeoning, 1d4 thunder, and creates a cloud of darkness while you attack. It looks all right. I don't like the curved parts. I never liked that kind of thing. Too for me. So anyways, that was horrible.
What to do?
I've done it. I've actually done it. A dark justiciar chosen by Lady Shar. It almost doesn't feel real.
Right. Even your Mother Superior couldn't prevent you from realizing your dream.
Well, it appears my days of seeking her approval are at an end. Lady Shar's church in Baldur's Gate has yet to be cleansed. A rot has set in amongst the leadership, one that I must cut out. Even once all that is done, more will be asked of me, no doubt. The holy work will not be done until the Night Singer's eternal darkness is restored. There is one other matter. As the chosen of Lady Shar, it is time to carry myself like one.
Which means...
I still carry certain vestiges of a novice. That will no longer do. If I am to lead in Lady Shar's name, I must look the part. Leave it to me. You'll see exactly what I mean soon enough.
Okay. Well, this is what Last Light In is now. So we can't see inside really, but I don't think we need to. I think we're good. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. There they are. We don't have a different timeline. We're just save stating around. It's cool. It's cool. So, speaking of...
Lady, forgive me.
Shadowheart, what happened? You were missing for a moment.
I thought I was done for. I thought perhaps I might have been dead. This is all like some sort of terrible dream. But it's real, isn't it? I stood before the Nightsong. I heard Lady Shar's words. And I failed her. Worse than failed her, I defied her. Just because of what that Aasimar said. I tried to leave, but Shar blocked me. Punished me for failing her. I thought I knew the limit of pain that the incurable wound could inflict, but I had no idea. It felt like I was suffering the agony of 1,000 people all at once. My blood was boiling, my hair was on fire. I thought I'd claw my own face off with the pain. But then she released me. Banished me, more like. She said I was an outcast. That all of her children would know me and revile me.
Shadowheart looks distraught, abandoned by her goddess and all former allies. And as for her divine magic, admitting who empowers her now may break her spirit for good.
I like option 1. I was going to say, that feels like a romance thing, and that sucks, because we should have the option 1 regardless of romancing her. We should have her back. If Rex, or Ogren, or frickin' Sand said something like this, I would have their back pretty much in the exact same way.
I suppose I do, don't I? You've done more to help me than my faith has in recent times, if I'm honest. Thank you. There's been something between us for some time. A connection, more than friends. I recognized it, but didn't act on it. I thought my faith was the most important thing in my life. I couldn't have been more wrong. I've squandered too much time already. I want to be with you. Now and always. Do you want the same?
I love the fact that she has Lathander's mace on, because she's just got this glowing glow on, which is purely cosmetic from the frickin' mace she's wielding.
I don't feel the same as you, Shadowheart. There's no future for us. Not like that.
Yeah, no, let's be together.
It wasn't too long ago that I could never imagine smiling again. Shows what I know. Nightsong promised she'd tell me something about myself. I need to speak with her as soon as I can. What she said to me back in the Shadowfell about the wolves, that's no coincidence. She took flight to hunt down Ketheric Thorm. All I can do is help hasten his demise, and hope that answers soon follow.
Lady, I'm here for you. I thought you might have needed reminding after everything.
Thank you. I think any attempts at comforting me might be in vain just now. But you're sweet to keep me in your thoughts.
Okay, so we're gonna just chill for a second. So here's the important question. Can I still cast spells? I know this sounds like a strange thing to test, but I'm really curious if I can. Which I can. So we can still cast spells, which is fascinating. Her deity does still say Shar.
Can't give up now.
Okay, so that's more nuanced than it should be. Because, let's be honest, that's probably a gameplay oversight. But it is within the realm of feasibility that a deity that you have disappointed or turned against could still empower you. Because of the fact that that's just kind of how that works. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You're an employee, right? It's also possible the paperwork hasn't gone through yet, and there's other things that could go along with it. There's layers here, is what I'm trying to say. There's layers that could lead into this, rather than it just being chunk. Having said that, if I was the GM, I would probably go ahead and have her no longer have access to spells now. That's just my take on that. I think it's a useful storytelling trope for the moment. And it also would lean neatly into pushing her into finding another patron. And as we've already talked about, there's one patron that she could switch to very, very easily. But having said all that, if a GM tried to say, you know, no, she still gets her spells, it wouldn't bother me, because there's lots of reasons why you would still get spells from a deity you have personally pissed off. And again, Lolth does that all the frickin' time. And Shar is, you know, Shar. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and pop save. And long rest for no reason. Yes, it wouldn't surprise me if Cyric pulls this particular trick, but, you know. And yeah, it's also very, very, very possible, to the point of, I would say, near certainty, that she is currently being empowered, damn it, Evo, by Selûne, and she just isn't aware of it, and the HUD literally hasn't updated.
I should speak up.
I suppose it was only a matter of time until Shar took vengeance. For the Lady of Loss, she does not like losing.
And you see what I mean, by the way? I have been checking Asterion regularly, and his only dialogue options are join me or non. I'm just pointing this out in case you don't believe me. I have been trying to push his character quest forward, and it just hasn't been happening. He has not tried to bite me.
Do you really need to ask? I'm sorry. I have a lot on my mind. The Shadowfell, Nightsong. I can think of little else.
Yeah, this I kind of mean this as a negative, because it is 3 days. This is probably the worst game I've ever seen for missable content. In general, there's been multiple aspects and types of missable content in multiple directions, and so that sucks. I know that's not a negative for everybody, but that is for me. Snap out of it. You made a choice. Now live with it. Maybe you should just try to appease Shar. Yeah, no, let's...
That's not the first time you've made such a leap.
Look.
I don't know. Maybe it's a Selûnite trick, or another way for Lady Shar to test my faith.
I need to watch the speedrun of this at some point.
The sooner I speak to Nightsong, the sooner I'll know what the future holds for me. Assuming I have a future at all.
No, I agree, Wandering Doll. I completely agree. And I should probably mention that that's only one of multiple negatives that this game has piled up for permanently missable content. I mean, the mere fact that you're party limited is part of that problem, like I've already talked about. It's why we used the mod originally.
Thank you.
Reiterate that.
I think...
because it was still there as an option. How you doing, Scratch?
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
No pets. Until we sleep.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, could you imagine being brainwashed your whole life? No, no.
Your stomach churns around and around. The bile within is unsettled. Each moment brings a new surge. Your companions sleep like blissful lumps of meat.
Gross.
The gods fight over her. But is she truly that special? You could do so much better, my lord.
Get away from her.
I I won't lay so much as a talon on her. I wouldn't rob you of that delight. Your clever mind is penning tragedy as we speak. Your repressed urge yearns to kill. And kill you will. Tonight, the moment you close your eyes, your favorite person will be brutalized.
We can roll deception. I'm much closer to Asterion. No, I'll kill the cleric instead. What? Disadvantage, by the way, on this. No, I know, because Isabel is actually mentioned by name right there. At least it's giving us the chance to choose to murder our loved one now, instead of just forcing it upon us. Game! Yeah, I think I'm just gonna say no.
Each man kills the thing he loves.
That's stupid.
Ah, she was starting to trust you, the only one she ever has. Pity it's coming to an end.
Yeah, no, so I've mentioned, you mentioned, what is my theory about what this entity is? I don't think it's, how do I explain this? I think it's the manifestation of the curse. Whatever the curse actually is, we all know what it is. But whatever the manifestation is, that's probably what this thing is. He's probably not here. He probably doesn't exist. If I were to guess on the matter. Otherwise, I have no idea. Well, I have like 3 ideas, but... maybe I will be stronger without such sentimental attachments.
Why not whisper it while you twist a knife? Or have a love confession be the final words between you? It is my duty to ensure you are making the right decisions, Master. There was much disappointment at your reluctance to kill the little moon maiden. You could kill this one deliberately. I'm sure it will be considered a great show of goodwill. The tithe could still be yours.
Now, that's an interesting thought. So, if he's part of the Court of Murder, or what's left of the Court of Murder, that would be interesting in its own right. The game has been noticeably quiet on the current status of Baal. Even though, canonically, in the history, and I double-checked this, Baal has formally and firmly come back as of, as of 5th edition. So, no, and you're dumb.
I do not doubt you will act with a decorum befitting one of your rank. A good night, sweet lord.
Your companion rests blissfully, without a fear in the world.
Option 3, kill her. Jesus. Yeah, Baal... oh, God. I'm pretty sure Baal did qualify as a lesser deity. But I don't quote me on that. Because there was a thing, which, to my knowledge, everything is ignored since then, where all 3 of them were lesser deities. But we haven't really seen that play out, so who knows. Alright, well, hang on, let's save. And let's kill... oh, there we go. She was a follower of Shar, we had to. Oh, wait, no, I'm getting my timelines confused.
Surely it is preposterous anything else would happen tonight. You return to your bedroll and sleep like the dead. Regrettably, the corpse before you is not your only company on this dark night. Footsteps approach, not your butler, come to celebrate this splendid deed, but the others, woken by your happy laughter. or the sound of knife on bone.
I thought you'd grown past this. I thought you had a heart. I was wrong.
These dialogue options are interesting. Come to admire my handiwork, isn't it beautiful? Or, or, you're next. Or, a tragedy. The clumsy fool tripped and fell into my life. Or, deception. It was self-defense, I swear. The absolute take my... Notice none of these are any kind of denial. So we're just going to laugh insanely.
You are nothing but another parasite to be crushed. Hatazith!
We can't beat our party. Our entire party. They're gonna murder the crap out of us. I've built them way too good for them to do anything other than crush me. And apparently that was it. Apparently that wasn't a nightmare. Okay, cool. Cool, that's cool. Well, that sucks, but whatever. Like, I think I could maybe kill one of the party members I haven't leveled yet. Maybe. Yeah, like Asterion, maybe. One-on-one, if the rest of the party weren't there. Blah, 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 blah. So, wake up.
Hand approaches her body, it wavers. It longs to close around her throat.
That's a good question, Ruthless Tim. Do you just play the whole rest of the game with a party of one? Because the game allows that. Like, you won't have, you know, companion quests and interactions, but you can get the hirelings. You got like 12 to work with. I resist. I'm gonna cast resistance. She's gonna cast resistance on me. There's something really funny about that.
Hmm? Oh. Has the mood struck you, love?
No.
I suppose we could try.
No.
If you think the others won't stir.
No.
Hold on. You look like you've had a shock. Something the matter?
I'm gonna be extremely honest with her. So... actually, I want to save, because I can see multiple options here that work for me. So, a wicked wretch came to me in the night and told me something horrible.
Well, could be worse. Could have done something horrible. What did it say?
As you tell your story, fatigue fills your body. Your head swims with the worst headache you've known.
These are interesting dialogue options. The beast that killed Alfira will call again. My possessed mind will kill you. Or, madness will take over my body against my will and I will kill you. Or, I have been cursed. When I fall asleep, I'm going to try to murder you. Or, and the option I'm most leaning towards, I'm going to kill the person I most care about. You, unless you can stop me.
I suppose I'm flattered. And alarmed. I'd rather you'd trusted me sooner. Given all we've been through already.
I've been pretty honest about this.
Suddenly Alfira's death makes a lot more sense. We're going to figure this out, understand? We have to.
Suddenly you become drowsy. Your vision blurs and floods with yellow bile. And you faint in a dizzy blur.
Yeah, Enosians.
You are not yourself. All control is gone.
You convinced me to spare Nightsong. You and I are both capable of resisting the darkness that compels us.
I will scoop out those watchful eyes and toss them to the dogs. I wish nothing more than to cut you up and eat you raw. We can also just try to bite her. Or, of course, we have advantage because she has faith on us. That's actually kind of cool. She can also cast resistance on us.
Easy. You're in control. Bloodlust won't win tonight.
Then we could say, your blood will clot for me like liquid rubies. The bruises I will give you will gorge themselves on your blood. I'm just gonna keep having that, because it's a cantrip. Ooh, what did we roll? It's okay, we have inspiration.
You can thank me once the bloodlust subsides. Keep focused.
The night passes sick and sweating, but bloodlessly. You once again inhabit your own mind.
Wait, don't let me free unless you're sure.
Are you back to yourself? Hells. Halfira didn't stand a chance. I think some more explaining is in order. Exactly what just came over you?
I'm gonna be extraordinarily honest. The options are confess everything, tell the story but blame the butler, recount the urges holding my previous life responsible, or just sob.
I'll help protect you. I promise. Seems I'll need to just to keep myself safe.
I'm just gonna save really quick here. Because then I'm gonna say, I have killed so many people. You should just end me right here and now.
Well, it's always an option if we're out of ideas. But let's at least try to save you before it comes to that, hmm? We'll best this. Just think positively. Or at least don't think murderously. Besides, there's plenty of foes out there for you to vent your impulses on.
Hang on. Before we do anything else.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
What do you got, Scratch?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
Aww. Yep, we got bone, of which we have several. So I think that definitely deserves 18 negatives to everything. Who's with me? Let me actually think about that for a second. Eye is giving me allergy issues while I think here. I know, right, Trahexia? Yeah, if we were a monk, that could have gone really badly. Does it remove regular negatives? No. That's not how that works. We talked about that before. A bad scene is a bad scene, and I really chewed on that one to make sure I was sure of my opinion. But the previous scene was just badly done. It felt tacked on and pointless. In fact, it felt like something that was rushed together in an afternoon. Now, does that mean we don't give positives if it turns into something good? Absolutely not. That we can absolutely give a positive for that scene. The question is more which and where. I think at the very least, I am going to give a... I've got so many debates right now as far as positives, but I think we're at the very least going to give a by itself Dark Urge positive. to gameplay, specifically. For the fact that, hey, we've allowed ourselves to actually have the ability to choose and decide how we go through it. The fact that those choices exist, as horrible as they are, is still a good thing and does still need to be noted. The butler, I think we're going to put that under characters. I agree, speaking of which. Yeah, very well acted, very well... Butler. Very well acted, very well presented. As far as... As far as the scenes we just saw in terms of potential, so first of all, I'm going to go ahead and put this under... we'll put that under Prime Opt, I think. Actually, I already got that under Prime Opt. Honestly, we're probably going to put some gameplay story integration in general. Probably not for the specific Junk Garage, but in general. I'm going to jot that down for reminding me. Let's put that under... here. No, I don't think we have access to the spell, or if we do, it's through Gale. So no is the answer, Dr. Winter. Let's put that under moment. I feel like that's where that really belongs. But I also think we're going to jot down another one under internal continuity, which has been reasonably tight so far. So that's looks like a total of 3 positives to story, 1 positive to gameplay for the stuff we just went through. I haven't... I would say the Dark Urge is a big net positive so far. I stand by the negatives we gave for the earlier thing. It was very railroaded, and it was very roughly done. But everywhere else, it's been pretty legit, so big net positive so far. We'll see if they do anything with it in Act 3. Agreed, Kira White Noise.
I know you have your personal demons to contend with. But if I didn't make it clear before, I think you can beat this. Just don't give in. And seek help if you need it.
Well, I think I'm talking to you. No, absolutely, Loke. If it was as well done as the previous scene, execution matters to me, you know that. And if we had been given player choice in the matter, then yeah, negatives gone, and probably replaced with positives. Yeah, just don't give in. You have a will save for a reason. Sorry. You know, I'm probably pathetic and terrible and awful, but you know what this really reminds me of? Interesting. It reminds me of playing a good main character over...
What's happening out there? Who was that streaking across the sky?
It reminds me of giving us the... It reminds me of allowing us to play a good character in Tyranny. Remember that? Because in Tyranny, there's like the full loyalist, there's the I'm going to take over, there's the choose one of the factions, which are only slightly different, and then there's playing a good person. And playing a good person in Tyranny was actually really satisfying. They did a lot to make those choices difficult but earned, and I was with that. And that's kind of what playing a good Dark Urge feels like. Also, your rights are. Light side Sith Warrior is a lot of the vibe I feel here. But anyways, So Leander says he disagrees, and that's fine, because I do disagree with Leander on that. But let me make my point very clear. There are two different negatives I gave the Alfira scene. One was the gameplay, and that's the one we just disagree with on, and we're just going to move on. But the other one is that it was a really badly done scene. Not just railroaded, that's the gameplay aspect, but it felt very tacked on, showed up out of nowhere, and then went away. And everyone just acted like nothing happened because it felt tacked on. Even the dialogue just felt strange, and the blocking in the cutscenes was not particularly well done. Even the voice acting was just, oh, you've killed someone horribly. And then we just move on, and the next time it even came up was here, in Act 2, however long later, right? I feel like the execution is the main issue there, other than, even if we disagree on the gameplay side of things, which, you know, I get why some people would want that. I even understand why some people would want to remove player agency from the gameplay. And yeah, the narrative even assumes we hid something when we super didn't, if you remember. We walked up and were like, yeah, no, I was asleep. I don't understand what happened. And the game kept being like, do you want to try and lie about it? And I was like, no, I don't. And it never did anything. I flat out admitted, oh my god, I killed. It was horrible. And everyone's like, okay, well, that sucks. What? In a couple of cases, the dialogue options they had was quite literally one sentence. So, yeah, no, I agree, Wandering Doll. It feels like, it feels like they had to tack it on, and so they did, and so it's tacked on. Anyways, getting back to the point. So, yeah, her name is Nightsong. She's an immortal Ketheric, had trapped within the Shadowfell.
An immortal? But it couldn't possibly be. Never mind. It doesn't matter. What matters is you have him in a corner. Jaheira and every fighting body in this place have gone to Moonrise Towers to face Ketheric down. She's waiting for you there. End this. Now. We're all counting on you.
I mean, yeah, meanwhile, the shadows are just like... It's like, okay, cool. Well, we appear to be fully rested up and fully healed. So even though we've got a couple of minutes, it's time to break out the red lightsaber and march on the Jedi Temple. We'll do that after the lunch break, though. So I'll be back in a bit. I need to get some real food in me. I had a very brief breakfast.